Good morning, MP. Morning, MP.
Good morning, Lubavalo. We are not
Morning.
MPs, we're support staff.
Okay. No, I was speaking to MP from National Treasury. Morning, colleagues. Morning, colleagues.
How are you?
I'm good, and yourself?
We're fine.
Yes, thanks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe she's not in front of her machine. No, it's fine.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, all. We have, as you know, this difficulty about, there's a note here, we're rushing back to our office, okay. So that's Dennis being slightly late. We have this difficulty that our secretary in Kodoleko is sick this week. But we don't know for how long. He'll be back at work when he can be. We had very helpful help from Estelle from the vault, and she is caught up with a personal matter and will be joining us shortly, but she's connected to us. In the meanwhile, Lubabalo, we're very lucky to have both of them, is assisting us. And thanks to Dick Lady for agreeing to that, and Dave for being so cooperative. Shall we get going? Firstly, any apologies, Lubabalo?
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members and colleagues. Chairperson, we have an apology from Honorable Ngeta. I had also noted Mr. Ryder's apology, but I can see he has joined. He has just indicated that he is looking for a perfect point to participate fully in the meeting. So probably we will need to only register Ms. Ngeta's apology. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. So the agenda basically is you have to combine both what's said in the notices you get on a Friday as well as what you get on the agenda. So the procedure is that we're going to take the negotiating mandates and then the responses from the National Treasury. It was sent to you, unfortunately, only a few minutes before 9 o'clock. But they are, I must stress, overburdened. And they've been working quite hard, and we must be understanding. If you've seen the negotiating mandates, for the most part, there are some provincial dimensions, but for the most part, they overlap a lot with what we've been discussing, which is a relief. So there aren't many new issues, particularly from what I can see. There are different forms of the same issue raised, but there are some new issues, and this will be incorporated as we go along clause by clause, which is what we're going to do as the next item. I know that Dennis is unavailable for Friday, and we should take that into account as far as possible. It depends on how things flow. We could, if all goes well, finish on Thursday. One of my suggestions is that we engage more on Thursday, and we could even finish the bill with an extra hour or two. I had suggested we meet today from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock because it'll maybe relieve us of the need to meet on Friday. But both Willie and Dennis were out, so we said, okay, let's leave that. And we have to take into account also this Freedom Front, which has got just one member, and he serves on many committees. But we've created quite a substantial momentum for this bill. And it seems to me now that we can't stop the process and hand it over to the 7th Parliament. You'll recall what we've agreed to do. We say this is a first phase bill. And then within 18 months or 24 months, we can decide they must bring this bill, hopefully through an NEDLAC process, negotiated agreement, back to Parliament. The idea is to give this bill with all its amendments, as soon as we finish with them, to the stakeholders. There's a letter draft. Frank has just commented. Dennis also commented on it and helpfully made 2 changes. Frank has also made a change. So I will send you a copy of the letter, which we'll send to the stakeholders. But in it, we say, by the latest on Friday evening, we will give them the amendments, and we will wait to hear from them by noon on Monday. And then on the Tuesday, 7th, we'll look at what they have to say. Now, some of them want to overhaul the bill. We've suggested a letter that, look, that's not reasonable. Rather, you comment in a concise, pithy form, direct form, to the actual amendments. So if all goes well, by 1 o'clock next week, Tuesday, we'll have voted on this bill. And then it goes to the House. I see Dennis has left. Maybe he got cut off. And that's on the 9th. And then it goes to the NCOP, NA. Now remember, it's a 76 bill. I'm going to see what they say and the subsequent process. But hopefully there'll be an amicable settlement of the amendments that we forward to them. Having said that, over then to the negotiating mandates, and the agenda will start with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape, please. And then Bulubabala will flag the bill. First, he'll flag, obviously, the response from MP. And then when we have the next item, we'll flag the bill, which was sent to you yesterday. In fact, it came to us just around the time we agreed on, which is 5 o'clock. So can we have Eastern Cape? And Bulubabala, you'll guide me if I'm wrong in anything, right? Okay. In your usual fastidious way. Okay. I'm joking with you. You should do your job, yeah. Yeah, go ahead and say what you're going to say.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, with your permission, I would like to we skip Eastern Cape. Honorable Mkiva is trying to join. He has been like sitting on the waiting list. So I suspect that his signal is not that strong. Maybe we may decide to, with your permission, skip Eastern Cape and go to Free State. And then once he is online, Honorable Mkiva will then go back to
No problem.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, over to
last matter, Chair. There are negotiating mandates and committee reports and also a lot of submissions.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be guided by the committee which document I must flight for each province.
Yeah, given that, I'd suggest, colleagues, given that it's the negotiating mandate that matters, we can flight that. But the issues that they raise, like, for example, KZN is 50 pages, are organized in themes by National Treasury, and they'll be responding to that. So I don't think we need to flight their reports unless members want it. In any case, each delegate here from the province is familiar with their reports. So I think that we should just take the negotiating mandate, and then Treasury will reply to the issues raised. So there it is. Is that okay, colleagues? If there are any objections, just butt in. There's no, not butt in, just come in and say. Sorry?
Agreed, Chairperson, agreed.
Thank you, Whip of the ANC. Right, can we go ahead? Free State, please.
Can you assist me? Good morning, Chairperson. Can you assist me with the negotiating mandate, please?
Okay.
I'm trying to check here, man. I'm using one gadget here for the challenge.
Okay, the EFF is always challenged in every sphere. That's fine. I can't resist.
Is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible. It's visible. Thank you, Secretary. Portfolio Committee of Public Accounts and Finance negotiating mandate to the Chairperson of the Select Committee Finance. Name of the bill, Public Procurement Bill, number of the bill, B18B 2023, date of deliberation 22 March 2024, vote of the legislature. The Portfolio Committee on the Public Accounts Finance as designed by the Free State Legislature votes in favor of the bill. After presentation on the bill, the general members of the public and stakeholders across the 4 districts and the Metro municipality raised the following. Can't you go straight to the recommendations? I think the recommendations are the ones that are more important. Up again. Can we go straight to the recommendations? Okay, under Chapter 3, Clause 9.1 and 2, Code of Conduct, it was suggested that the weight of the official be explicitly defined on which official the bill is referring to. That the criteria used to dispose, Secretary? Okay, yeah, let's go straight to the recommendations. The Portfolio Committee support the Public Procurement Bill B18B 2023, subject to consideration of the following. Down, please. Again, the bill must, general, the bill must ensure that the process of debarment is fair and ensuring an efficient and timely sharing of information to ensure that the debarred suppliers do not continue to do business with government. 2, 16 and 17. Section 16 empowers the procuring institution to develop their own procurement system, while Section 17 empowers the minister to prescribe the procurement systems for bid committees. Clarity is hereby sought. The minister to prescribe appropriate and differentiated framework. Number 3, clause number 18, go up please. The chapter 4 includes a number of procedural measures that do not belong in a primary legislation. For instance, Section 18.5C states A, consideration putting clauses of this nature in the regulations. Or up, also states A, bid must be disqualified if it fails to meet the minimum threshold for functionality as per the invitation. Right, number 4, clause 25 and 9, section 25 and 9 seem to be granting the same powers and or function to different entitles. The minister to be empowered to prescribe regulations and or framework. And then B says that the portfolio committee votes in favor of the public procurement bill B18B/2023 with the proposed amendments. The portfolio committee votes in favor of the bill with the proposed amendments, signed by Honorable V.W. Chabalala, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Public Accounts and Finance, Free State Legislature, signed on the 22nd March 2022. Thank you, Chairperson.
Gauteng next, please.
Morning, Chair. Thank you very much. Sorry, Chair, I have pulled over. I did make an appointment when the initial notice came out for 10 o'clock. But I've pulled over and I have the Gauteng report in front of me. On page 7, it deals with the recommendations. And it makes the following comments. It says that the National Treasury should provide clarity on the possible erosion of the notion of separation of powers, since it is proposed that some of the parts of Chapter 4 of the bill would be applicable to other arms of state. Without putting words in their mouth, Chair, I presume that deals with the separation of the three spheres. The second recommendation is that National Treasury should account on the impact that the bill would have on oversight and accountability, since the executive would oversee and monitor the implementation of the bill. The next recommendation is that National Treasury should provide clarity on how it intends overcoming potential conflict of interest due to the housing of the Public Procurement Office within the National Treasury, since Treasury is also a procuring institution. The next one is that National Treasury should define accordingly the newly introduced term debarment in line with legislative drafting norms and conventions. They also recommend that National Treasury should provide sufficient guidance on how the preferential procurement policy would interact with the preferential procurement regime provided for in the BBBEE Act and the Codes of Good Practice. The next recommendation is that National Treasury should differentiate between the accounting authority and the accounting officer of a procuring institution within the bill. And the final recommendation is that National Treasury should make provision for emergency procurement in the bill. Chair, in conclusion, the committee noted that the majority of its members supported the principle and detail of the public procurement bill. However, a minority report was compiled and a minority of members did not support the bill, citing a lack of adequate provisions for assessing and ensuring cost effectiveness, a disregard of the implications of donor funding, overarching powers of the Public Procurement Officer to issue instructions on preferential procurement on other spheres of government, inconsistencies of preferential procurement with the provisions of Section 217 of the Constitution, and the implementation of race-based preferential procurement without compromising fairness, transparency, aligned with constitutional principles of non-discrimination. But yeah, having said that, Chair, the negotiating mandate was submitted. There was a correction that was filed late this morning. So the negotiating mandate is now correct in all respects and says that the Gauteng Legislature supports the principles and detail of the bill and votes in favour of the Public Procurement Bill, obviously taking those recommendations into consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Lubabalo?
Chairperson,
Yeah.
Honorable Kiva has joined now. I
we
don't know
take him?
if you
No, let's take him.
direct me to Eastern Cape.
Yes, Eastern Cape, Comrade Nkiva.
Yes, good morning, Chairperson, and thank you very much to you, and good morning to the colleagues as well. If they can maybe put that negotiating mandate on the table. There it is. Can you scroll down? Then there is the negotiating mandate addressed to the chairperson of the Select Committee on Finance, dated the 14th of March, 2024. The committee in the legislature designated by the legislature supports the Public Procurement Bill, B18 of 2023, and mandates us as the permanent delegates to the NCOP to vote in favor of the bill. The province, however, wishes to highlight the following issues and makes the comments in this order. Technical tender documents must be user-friendly and must be in different languages for people to understand what is required. B, there is an urgent need for the National Treasury and provincial treasuries and other relevant government institutions to conduct empowerment, capacitation, and development of Black people in the construction industry for them to be upgraded to higher grades, 7 to 9, as most of the work in this industry is outsourced. C, regulations must be developed as soon as possible to ensure the implementation of the bill once it becomes an act. So there it is. It's signed by Honorable Ndabeni, who is the chair of the Portfolio Committee of Finance and Provincial Expenditure, on the 15th of March. That is our deposit as the Eastern Cape Province. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Comrade. You always come in at the last moment to help us, so it's wonderful that you come in at late notice, but we appreciate it. And we know you're chairing a committee, moreover. Okay, then we will turn to the next one. That's KZN, isn't it? Yeah.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Okay, then there you are. It's on the screen. The Portfolio Committee on Finance met on the 26th of April and agreed to mandate the KwaZulu-Natal delegation to support the Public Procurement Bill upon consideration of the following proposed amendments. They've also attached a long report, and much of this will be dealt with in a moment by Willie. And most of it, I think, in some or other form, certainly the Gauteng one that was mentioned as a minority report, has been covered. And the aim would be that as we go through the bill, colleagues, we will also respond to the provinces, right? By the way, are there any, Lubalo, are there any provincial representatives here, chairs or other members of committees on finance from the provinces? I can't see any. If they are, will you
I
identify?
only identified my colleagues, Chairperson.
Oh.
Maybe they may ask if their honorable chairs or maybe some honorable members of their portfolio committees are present.
Okay. So if there are any, they'll alert us, right? I know the chairs are very busy and there's elections as well. So they say that they didn't put clause by clause textual amendments to the whole bill. They've raised many of the issues in the report, but here they provide a textual thing. Interestingly, I also picked up the first one about it applies not to local sphere of government, but I know what the reply is going to be. And then we go to definition of clauses of bill, clause 1. They add those words there. The argument is it's a debate that takes place consistently in KZN. Who are Black people? In general, there's some unhappiness among certain quarters, more than some unhappiness, about the use of the word collectively as the ANC uses it and as it's used in the BBBEE Act. Because you see, what happens is that people of Indian descent benefit disproportionately. And then you get statistics showing that's not true. But whatever the situation, that's a new point they're raising, right? And they suggest procuring institutions, the underlying part, can use EAP targets to target within race groups to ensure mainstream of the majority of the previously disadvantaged population into the mainstream economy. So that's their main point, and they explain it for the reasons we are familiar with, right? Then they talk about the need for appropriate definitions for pre-qualification, set-asides, functionality, and so on, some of the things that we've raised. The trumping clause in the bill must be reconciled with the BBBEE Act, which has been raised already. Independence of the Public Procurement Office been raised. Then on section 17(1)(a), they want to add those words underlined. By advertising a bid with a specific bid condition that only one or more of the bidders specified in subsection 3 may respond. And it's similar to 18(1)(c). They point out military veterans we've done. This is a new thing, where persons in categories A who are registered on a developmental program of the procuring entity. I think some other measure of that does take place. Then it's clause 28 of the bill. This they feel should be amended to specify where the procurement function should be located in the procuring institution. Consider the terminology to units rather than function, and this will align with existing units in institutions. In clause 29(1), they also exclude support staff to municipal office bearers as members of bid committees. That's an interesting one. I'm sure Willie will reply to that. Clause 33(2), the time frame needs to be inserted instead of as quickly as possible. Willie will reply to that. 38(1)(c), to indicate that where the public procurement tribunal is to be located, the stakeholders recommend that it should be decentralized to the provinces. And this will assist in avoiding delays, the usual arguments. Restoration in the text of the bill of the power of the PPO and provincial treasury to review procurement policies. The need for strengthening of the debarment provisions in the bill, well, that's being done. The addition of incentivized whistleblowing, that matter has been discussed. Inclusion of transparency standards, that's been discussed. In addition, public comments raise the following constitutional and legal challenges. Yeah, the same stuff that we've been dealing with. I can't see anything new there. It's exactly the same issues, which is interesting, eh? That we are dealing with the issues that matter. Then it's 1.3. One clarity from the department. Challenges experienced by subcontractors. How will these challenges be dealt with? Clause 25(3)(c). Why demand management separate from procurement planning and budgeting? Comments also indicate misalignment that we've covered. and it's from the chairperson of the Finance Committee with a 50-page report attached. So that's KZN. Next province, please. Limpopo, Comrade Lillian.
Thanks, Comrade. Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. The negotiating mandate read as follows. To the Chairperson of Select Committee on Finance, name of the bill, Public Procurement Bill, number of the bill, B18B of 2023, date of deliberation on 27th March 2024, vote of the legislature, the provincial NCOP permanent delegate to negotiate in favor of the bill with the inputs as per attached report, signed by the chairperson of the signed by Honorable K.A. Pala, committee chairperson, and it was signed on the 27th March 2024. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you. Next then is Mpumalanga.
Lubabalo, can you flag the mandate, please?
Is it visible, Chair?
Yeah, now it's visible. Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members and colleagues. This is the mandate from Mpumalanga. The mandate is addressed to the chairperson of the Select Committee on Finance, Honorable Karim. Public Procurement Bill is the name of the bill. And the number is B18B of 2023. It was deliberated on the 15th of March, 2024. And the mandate that is given to the permanent member. Oh, bring back the mandate. I want to read it. Okay. The Portfolio Committee on Premier's Office, Finance, Economic Development and Tourism, after considering the Public Procurement Bill, that number, confers on the permanent delegate representing Mpumalanga Province in the NCOP a mandate to negotiate in favor of the bill. It was signed by Honorable T.S. Tomo, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Premier's Office, Finance, Economic Development and Tourism on the 15th of March 2024. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Northern Cape, please.
Good morning, Chairperson. Yeah, Chairperson, the Northern Cape had its meeting with regards to this bill. I can just come in, if they can flight it, we'll first go to the committee recommendations. That is under point 5 and point 6. Chairperson, yeah, firstly, it is worrying there were only one input that was made via written submission, and there were no stakeholder inputs on this bill. It's from the stakeholders themselves throughout the whole of the province. Be that as it may, the committee recommendations on the bill is that 6.1 says in clause 20, in respect of the designation of sectors for local production and content, it should be ensured that local content be expanded to ensure that the minimum requirement for local content is realized, as there is misinterpretation. 6.2 says ICT procurement systems should be expanded to beyond only the CIDB and CETAs. 6.3, hierarchical options should be expanded in the bill when dispute at the tribunal is unsuccessful. And 6.4, the law of subsidiary is silent in the bill and must be highlighted. The bill was adopted by the committee. If you go up to the negotiating mandate, name of the bill is the Public Procurement Bill, 18B of 2023. The date of the deliberations was Thursday, the 7th of March 2024, and the vote of the legislature was that the committee votes in favor. It was signed by the Honourable Gift van Staden, acting chairperson on the Committee for Finance, Economical Development and Tourism. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Northwest, please.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Let me just open it up. If we can go to the negotiating mandate, the second part, it speaks to proposed amendments. Clause 5, the function of the Public Procurement Office. It is proposed that there be an addition of Clause 4 under the functions of the Public Procurement Office, that this office must ensure that there is compliance from different procurement institutions as far as planning is concerned, to avoid allocated funds to be returned unspent. I think it's a very important point. And then with regards to the mandate itself, it's addressed to you. Honourable Karim, the Public Procurement Bill, B18B 2023. The date of the deliberation was on the 7th of March 2024. And the vote of the legislature is that the Portfolio Committee on the Premier Finance Corporation, Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs votes in favour of the Public Procurement Bill. It was signed by the Honourable Aaron Motswana on the 7th of March 24. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And in Western Cape, finally. Linda.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and honourable members. The bill was sent to Honourable Karim, Member of Parliament. The name of the bill is Public Procurement Bill. Number of the bill is B188 2023. Date of deliberation is 22nd of March 2024. Vote of Legislation Standing Committee on Finance, Economic Opportunities and Tourism having considered the subject of the Public Procurement Bill B188 2023. Refer to it in the terms of Standing Rule 217, confers on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP the authority not to support the bill for the reason online below. It was signed on the 22nd of March 2024. Muscat Marie, MPP, Chairperson, Standing Committee of Finance, Economic Opportunities and Tourism. That's it, Chair.
Is that it? Thank you. But there's a report explaining the reasons, right? Why they're not supporting the bill. Am I right, Lubabalo?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yeah. Okay, so that's attached. We're not going to go through that.
Chairperson, on a point of order.
Yeah, what's the point of order?
It's really speaking. Chairperson, all the provinces go through the recommendations that the mandate has given them. And I think that we must do that for the Western Cape as well. In the negotiating mandate, it refers to the information below that is in the report. And I think it should just be fair that the recommendations
No,
for
no,
where
the rule
we,
is fine, Willie. That's what I'm. No, the rule is clear. It has to be done. I think that it's a new member. So anyway, can you flight the report? The report has to be considered. It's been responded to by National Treasury, but the committee has to look at the report. How long is this report?
10 pages, Chairperson.
Sorry?
It's 10 pages long, Chairperson, but the recommendations
Oh, yeah.
start
Okay.
from section 4.
Yeah. Okay, so we have to go through that here. Is it okay if I went through it, colleagues?
Sure, Chairperson, it's fine. Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Linda, are you okay with that?
I don't have a problem, Chair, because my voice is not
Okay,
fine
okay.
today.
That doesn't matter. As long as it's stable, we have to do that in terms of the rules and norms. So the recommendations, colleagues, are, excuse me, the bill needs to explicitly respect and uphold provincial autonomy in setting procurement criteria, particularly for services within their areas of responsibility. This includes involving provinces in legislative processes to safeguard their constitutional self-governance rights. 2, a comprehensive review is essential to ensure the bill is aligned with constitutional guidelines for public procurement. This includes adherence to principles of preferential procurement, value for money, and a cohesive regulatory framework in line with constitutional standards. So 4.2 is largely covered. 4.3, regulator, that's a new idea, should be either as an independent entity, as part of National Treasury, with assured operational independence. The process for appointing the head of the regulator, along with the responsibility and qualifications, needs a clear definition. Treasury, can you reply to this? It's a completely new idea. It hasn't emerged so far. We haven't discussed it. It may not be a bad idea, but whether we can consider it now, I don't know. 4.4, provisions for fair representation of each province in the Public Procurement Tribunal are crucial. This includes creating roles for provincial chairpersons and forming standing panels to facilitate efficient tribunal operations. This is more an operational issue, but it's something that Treasury could reply to and we could decide on. The bill must address the need for capacity building and professional development in public procurement, like enforcement and internal reviews, fine. While detailed capacity building plans may exceed the bill scope, it should mandate resource allocation and training, all of which I think we've taken up, and it has to go in the report. Responsibilities for enhancing competency levels. Now, those are more operational issues, but they're right, Willie, about what they're saying. Maybe the specific things they're saying are not exactly what you might want, but broad thrust of this is correct, because in our report, we're going to say we're really concerned about capacity. Okay, there's specific amendments and detailed comments, right? And integrate specific amendments and concerns identified by the WCA Western Cape government in both the constitutional legal that we have looked at, ensure proactive involvement of provinces in shaping regulations. Well, that they will have the chance to do because you're going to gazette them and it'll be in Parliament. Nothing stops Parliament from consulting, especially the NCOP side with the provinces. Eliminate the trumping clause to avoid conflicts existing financial management. Well, that is problematic, but members can decide for themselves. Remove the transversal term contract reference and clearly define asset maintenance responsibilities, ensuring compatible with current supply, that you can respond to Treasury. Conduct a meticulous review of bill sections that might overextend into non-procurement areas like asset management, providing clear operational definitions and consulting with relevant local authorities. You can respond to that. Define in the bill the roles and consultation requirements with COCTA and SELGA. Well, that's what we are doing. The Minister of COCTA is going to be consulted to SELGA. Is modify clause 33.2 to avert clashes with existing laws, thereby promoting coherence. We can look at that. Mandate comprehensive financial impact assessment for new functions or powers. Well, that we're very concerned about. Set explicit guidelines for municipal involvement and local economic development aimed at facilitating municipal compliance without undue complications. You can respond to that, Treasury. Amend sections that potentially encroach on provincial procurement. We've dealt with that. Includes a thorough annex in the bill for a complete constitutional validity assessment. That overlaps with the argument that let's have a workshop. We've covered that. We'll go to court, and the final outcome will be what the court decides, and Parliament will have to respect it and will respect it. Incorporate a constitutional review mechanism within the bill. Similar thing. Minority view. What's the minority view of the bill? In accordance with the Standing Rule 90, the ANC expressed its minority view to support the bill. The bill is needed to close gaps in past public procurement processes. The bill is needed to stabilize public procurement space and ensure policy stability and certainty. There should be more clarity on definition of set-asides. So it's becoming clearer as they've rejigged certain paragraphs, as I saw last night. There must be alignment with all relevant legislation in order to strengthen the public procurement ecosystem. So entities such as the Construction Industry Development Board, for example, are reviewed in respect of the intentions of this bill. This I don't fully understand. You can respond to it, Treasurer. The bill and procurement framework should be aligned to the country's industrializing. Yeah, that's what's being done to ensure that's exactly what's being done. Conclusion. The committee confers on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP the authority not to support the bill. That's covered, right? So is there anything else? It's signed, obviously. Well, that's all been covered by Mr. Murray. Okay, so, or is it Ms. Murray? Yeah. Okay, thank you very much for that. Now, Impi, can you come in with your document? Please fly to a document, Lubabala. Oh, it's Willie that's doing it, eh? I thought Impi is doing it. Sorry, yeah, Willie's doing it. Okay, go ahead, Willie. Willie, where we've covered issues, we'll be dealing with them clause by clause. But where there are new issues, like the procurement regulator and that sort of stuff, that you might want to respond to.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair, to you. And then also to the honorable members of the committee. Thank you very much. We'll do a side check just to go through the issues that we think are new.
Yeah, you know, Willie, I'm all this, but the authorities here for the YouTube, they need your video when you're speaking. Personally, I've got a problem because I want to just explain to colleagues. I don't know who can help me. I was asked to remove the background to my video. Does anybody know how to help me out offline? And then because I did some television interview and they didn't want it. And then what happened was, now I don't know how to put it back. I tried now. So now I've got my roof, is what you will see. You'll see my roof, or you'll see Parliament without my face. So I'm stuck. But anyway, Willie, you don't have those issues, please. It's not my call. I don't care. You know, more important is what you say, but I have to abide by the norms here. So unless you have a connectivity problem, we have to see your face. Not that you're looking any different since last week, but anyway.
Yeah,
maybe you
thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think thank you, Chair. Yeah, there is a connectivity issue, but as time goes, I will switch on my video if it gets better. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, fine. Go ahead, please.
Can you please fly the document for me? I don't know if you have it. Otherwise, I can try and fly it from my side.
Balo has it. Yeah, he's trying to flight it. I'm sure he's very efficient. Yeah, there he is.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, good. And we've got copies, colleagues.
Yeah.
Go on right ahead, my brother.
Okay. Just quickly take this one. Right. Yeah. I'm just gonna go straight, Chair, to the issues that you've indicated. I'm not gonna go through the whole thing. If you can just scroll down, scroll down. So let's just scroll down straight to the issues. Right. This one, Chair, is an issue around the of course, the 30-day payment. I think it was not covered. It's a new issue that's being raised, and then where we're saying at least the 30-day payment issue, which has been raised as a concern by provinces that government is not paying, and we did respond that this matter actually resides within the PFMA and the MFMA, and not necessarily a subject of the bill, because the province was saying put it in the bill as well. So that has been our response. And then you can scroll down. I just want to look at areas that we never covered. These we've covered. Just want to cover these issues we've covered. And clause 17, we've covered all these ones. Chapter 4, discuss those. There's an issue around CIDP. I think if you can just scroll down, let me tell you this military veterans covered. This particular issue, Chair, we have been talking about the PE and the vis-a-vis the bill, where comments were around the fact that the two must be aligned in order not to tamper with the transformation agenda. What we did here, we have made a proposed amendment to the preamble and also in chapter 4 of the bill to align the bill with the triple PE. That's what we've done, Chair. I think there's another issue, but I'll talk to it later. The local content designations is already covered. We've dealt with that. So we've dealt with these things of reconciliation. So, okay, this clause, yes, we dealt with that clause of. And then there is this issue, Chair, around outside contractors versus local businesses, where people are complaining that people are coming from other areas to do business in their areas, and as a result, they don't seem to kind of get the opportunity to also bid for those opportunities.
Yeah, that's a big issue all over, Willie, you know that.
Yeah, it is. Now, what we did here, Chair, is that in chapter 4, of course, it does make provision for the preference measures to be provided for persons and categories within a particular geographical area. And I think these provisions cut across all the clauses, most of the clauses in chapter 4. And it's an issue that we discussed also last week, Chair. So to address the issues of geographical concerns. So that's one. So we've made a proposal there. And then this one, we've addressed this issue of the provincial legislatures and parliament as well. We've dealt with that issue to say the only chapter 4 will apply to this. Yeah. Then the other issue, Chair, is around a CIDP grading system. This issue has been raised over and over again, where small contractors are complaining that they don't get to undertake projects, beyond certain grades, and then so they remain small. And if there are projects of a particular grade, especially grade 7 upwards, then they can't participate in those because of the grading system. Now, what we're saying here, at least the PPO will collaborate with the CIDP to look at the grading system to see where the bottlenecks are and how to make sure that at least we grade people accordingly, of course, with merit. That's part that we'll do. And then the one other part, Chair.
Yeah, before we go on, I forgot to tell members just to save time, right, and to be more constructive.
Okay, yeah.
Just 1 second, please, Willie. Wherever members, there's an issue you'd like to discuss, you just intervene and say, look, on this matter, this is what I'd like to say. Okay, I hope you realize that. But if there is something you wanted to raise earlier and it's passed by, you can raise it at the end of the submission. So on this particular one, I'd like to say something. But first, does anybody else want to say anything?
Yeah,
No.
Chair,
Okay. Go ahead.
If I can, I see I've also got an issue with virtual background now that I've tried to turn it on. So it looks like it's just you, Chair. It looks like it's possibly an upgrade that Zoom has done, which has caused regression. So you got my ceiling as well. Chair, yeah, look, The first segment that we went through very quickly. It was quite glib. And I mean, the reality is that this document's only been sent out this morning at 9 o'clock. So I'm not sure in terms of process if we're going to have a bit of a dig into some of these things, or if just rushing past things saying yes, we've dealt with that already. If the committee is happy with that, I certainly would like to have a bit more of a chew on this. I mean, this document was sent to us at 5 to 9.
Yeah, firstly, I explained what's going on. They've been working flat out. Secondly, I also explained that, look, the issues here, except for the new issues, are already in the process. So when we come to a clause that deals with that issue, okay, then you will pick up from this document and say, this is what, it doesn't matter whether you're from that province or not. You can say, this is what was picked up by a certain province, and so on. But if you want, on Thursday morning, the first thing we can do is invite people to comment on this report. So we can do all of that. My own view was, look, I haven't read all of them, but the few that I read, there's a substantial overlap between what we're saying and what's being raised here. It's taken a slightly different take, a different form, a different structuring of the idea or the sentence, but it's much the same thing for like 85%. There's about 15% new stuff, right? Like the 30-day thing and the CIDB thing and so on. Some of this doesn't apply to our bill, but they correct things, which you can observe in the report. But what I suggest is, if you want, on Thursday morning, the first item will be looking at this. But in the meanwhile, you will see as we go through the bill, these issues will get picked up, except those that are new. So fine. If you want to come back to it on Thursday, that's very fair, because you only got it 5 minutes before. Secondly, on this matter now, on the CIDB, you don't have anything you want to say. You're dealing more with the process. Am I right?
Chair, yeah. I mean, although it does sound to me like the CIDB is doing the job that it was intentioned to do, but yeah, perhaps the actual, I don't have good insight into the operations. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now, here you say the PPO will collaborate. I think that's the only answer. I can't see what else. But this is also a very big issue. That's all I want to draw your attention to. Esther, the issues that I hear that don't fall, directly within the framework of this bill, can we put them in the report, like this sort of one? Let's put it in the report and say that while this doesn't apply immediately, it is an important issue because it's concerning people. Like the one about, hey, why are businesses coming from Durban to Pietermaritzburg, right? And we are getting left out, and people in Durban are better weighted and stronger and so on. And so the local geographical area covers that. That we don't have to worry about so much. Okay, tribunal to be structured locally, ombudsperson.
Yeah, on this one, Chair, they say the tribunal should be structured local and take the form of an ombuds. But we're saying that the tribunal will play the role of an ombuds in a way, and the panels will be constituted closer to where the dispute is. So these are not necessarily the same concepts and so on, tribunal and ombuds. We believe that a tribunal will play that role rather than an ombuds. So that's something new that came in.
Anybody wants to say anything here? Not for now, carry on. Because some things we can deal with here, Dennis, even though we just got this at 5-2. Right, can we 316, please?
You can then, go down, scroll down. If we can scroll down, yeah. Then there's an issue around the translation of bid documents to all languages. And then, of course, our response, people are saying documents are technical in nature and so on, they're not user-friendly. Now, our response is that at least we will consult with also the PENSAL and other relevant bodies for this requirement to be considered for inclusion in the regulations, because we believe it's important that we do that our documents are also translated in the language of an area. So that's one issue that's new in that is being put forward. Yes. This 317, we've spoken about the separation of powers.
Hang on, Willie. We are just going to deal with them as we come. I understand what Dennis is saying, that he hasn't read it, but I mean, these things are straightforward in cases, and he can come whenever he wants on Thursday morning, if that's what he wants. In the meanwhile, here on 316, any comments? No. Okay, so can't we say in our report, Esther, something like we feel that to the extent possible, because you can't do it in all 11 languages, you can rotate it, so on. And this thing has even parliaments failed to do because of the stupendous cost. I did engage with Parliament about 2 or 3 times in the last 20 years or so, and the property rates bill was one occasion because African emerging farmers were complaining, and the bill was quite technical. So, Esther, on this one, we must support it, but we'll use sensible qualifications to the extent possible. And we note that National Treasury will consult with PANSAL, and that the incoming committee should follow up on that. Okay, Parliament and provincial legislatures, please, Willie.
Okay, this one was separation of powers, Chair, that we spoke to.
Yeah, can we move on? We've covered this endlessly, and it's a straightforward matter. It means changing the constitution, it ain't going to happen.
Yeah, so you can just scroll down on that one.
Independence of PPO, can we move on, please? Whatever Dennis wants to do, he can read it again and again, but we've covered that. Sorry to
Dennis, we've done those things.
I'm just feeling exciting. Yeah, okay. Even this is clear.
Functions, PPO, we've done.
It's boring. We've covered it so many times with due respect.
Yeah. Just scroll down, just to look.
I know it's important to the provinces, okay? I'm not questioning that. I mean, they're not here, but to us, we've covered this thing.
This one, Chair 319, is what KZN is presenting the augmentation of the definition of Black people. We said it's not very clear to us. Maybe the province would have to elaborate a bit on exactly what, because if we're to change the definition as provided for in the PPP Act, this does have other implications to other parts of the bill, including Chapter 4. So we're not so very clear about exactly the angle they're coming from on this one.
Any comments? No, look, Willie, you can't say you're not clear. I mean, it is clear. In KZN, as you might well know, and should know if you don't, a lot of people within the African community, emerging entrepreneurs, feel that they cannot match established Indian entrepreneurs, right? So the term Black collectively advantages them. It's been a debate every now and then, even within the ANC here in this province, right?
Yes.
And to some other extent, that is legitimate. Maybe it's exaggerated, the extent to which the Indian community controls the political economy. It's whites that do, but I mean, if you're talking of Black people collectively, and they feel that 30 years on, this is not on, right? So but the interesting thing is, from what I read, they call for the reference to Black, African, Indian, and colored specifically, okay? But they don't say exclude Indian people, but they also have something else that says, I think it's quite subtle, but it's saying benefit proportionately African people, which is correct, actually. That's fair, in my view, anyway, that's fair. But they want a redefinition of the term, and the difficulty here is the ANC at the moment still refers to Black people collectively. The new generation doesn't necessarily, but the standard view is we talk of the liberation of Black people in general and African people in particular, right? That's still the standing. But that's not so important to an official of the government. To you, of course, it means changing the definitions of BBBEE. So it's quite a big thing to do. It requires a proper debate. But I think in our report, Esther, we should say that we recognize that this is how people feel, the way I described it, and that we support the view that the benefit should go I mean, there's no such thing as exact proportions of Africans and Indians in KZN. Then we'll say, okay, Indians are 8%, they can only get 8% of the benefits and so on. But a reasonable representative thing, and that the need for a change in the racial configuration or population configuration, whatever you want to use, Esther, of the industry, I mean, of the economy. That's correct. So in other words, Willie, this is not only something that's actually applying to KZN. It's a feeling that others have, okay? Presumably in the Western Cape, they might feel that so-called coloreds are disproportionately beneficiaries. But the problem, the difference is that in KZN, Indians are a minority, substantial minority, whereas so-called coloreds are a very significant population of the Western Cape. So what I think our reply should be is, we understand what you're saying. We're dealing with KZN, right? But what you're asking for means changing the entire BEE legislation, and that's not something we can do in this bill. Then in our report, we carry on to say that we recognize the feelings, and we think the term black should be retained until otherwise changed, and that in the application of benefits and procurement and so on, reasonable representation of, I don't know, the population groups in the economy is to be encouraged. Is that okay? So we're not changing the legislation or the policy overall. We're saying when you apply it, you have to take that into account.
Understood, Chair.
Yeah. Now, is anybody objecting to that?
Yeah, I think we object to the whole principle, but I mean, we're not going to unpack that
No,
now.
I can understand that, and so will the Freedom Front. What I'm trying to say is we can't say we don't know what they're saying. Well, do you understand what I'm saying? We do know what they're saying. It's been raised all the time in the media here and in the country as a whole. Okay? And you see, colleagues and comrades, if we don't deal with this issue, there's going to be a social explosion. I'm telling you this, in this province, okay? July 2021 will be a picnic, really.
Yeah.
And we have to be realistic. On the one hand, we won't be able to change this, the thing in this legislation. On the other hand, you know what? We have to ensure that more African people have a stake in the economy of KZN. Otherwise, you're going to find more and more of these like very narrow Africanist organizations emerging and being quite aggressive. They have a good cause. There's no need to like ignite it by giving them the space. And you can't just say, okay, it's all happening in KZN, I'm living in Northern Cape or whatever. The whole country gets affected. The whole economy of the country as a whole gets affected. That's what I'm saying. All right, look, we'll craft it. People can see the words between Esther and me. And if they don't like it, they can tweak it and so on. Okay, let's leave it at that. But Esther, you've got the handle that it's 319. We have to say something.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that clarity. Thank you so much. We can then move to the next. The trumping clause, we've dealt with it already. That this is only relating to procurement matters and nothing else. So it's not going to trump the BEE Act. So you can just scroll to the next one. Next, procurement methods were spoken to. Regulations, we did say there will be, published for comments and so on. You can just move. The next one. All right. This is, they were just talking also about instructions, and we're saying instructions will be limited and they will also be consulted. And it is proposed that they be gazetted prior to implementation. That's what we've dealt with as well. And then, okay, you can just move the 315, 3115. There's a concern that there is the CPO and the PPO but the OCPO within Treasury and the PPO. Now, what we're saying, they said the bill does not provide for the OCPO. So now as the bill established the PPO and provides the functions of the PPO as per clause 5. And once the bill is enacted, the PPO will perform its functions in terms thereof, in terms of, so there will be no OCPO going forward. That's basically what we say. We can just move to the next one. OCPO by the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer. That's automatic exclusion. Where there's a concern that we've dealt with this issue also previously, but there's a concern, a little bit of some concern that we're talking about it in clause 13, but not in 14. And we just wanted to make distinction that 13 is automatic excluded people, whereas 14, directs officials on what to do when they're given instructions that are inconsistent with this act.
Yeah,
So there's a distinction. Yeah.
Distinction, yeah.
And then this issue, Chair, on 3117 relates to business forums, construction mafia, and so on. The issue that you were speaking about earlier on. And look, what our view here is that protection of officials from intimidation is a criminal matter that must be reported and dealt with by law enforcement agents. But I think it's important maybe that it be noted as such, because we read a lot about it in the media, what is happening across the country. There is no province that is immune from this. Contractors abandon sites and so on. It's a bit of a problem. It's a bigger issue that needs that. And then there is an issue around...
Can we pause here? Can we pause? This is a very big issue, right? Very big issue. And you can't deal with it in this bill, from what I can see, unless some member thinks of an angle. But I can't see how you're going to deal with this in this bill. You're dealing with the general problems. But I really think that we have to say something, Esther, in the report, urging the police and relevant authorities to do something about this. Now, as we know, the problem is there's also links between the construction mafia and politicians. So it is quite a nexus, nefarious one. And we have a weak police force. But we can't fold our arms and say nothing as Parliament. And it has been raised by one of the provinces. And it is a legitimate thing. You can't legislate about it necessarily, but we have to say something. And something strong, Esther. So that is another thing that must go into the report. And I can assure you, even though I will not be here, whoever is appointed the chair of this committee, I will phone them and try to engage with them. They're not obliged to listen to me. So, if it's a reasonable chairperson who is prepared to listen, I'm going to raise this bill as the main bill we processed in the 5-year period. And these are the many issues. Do something about it. So I must say something. Is anybody else want to say anything about this? Is very, very destructive. Even foreign companies have fled. Okay. And I think KZN is one of the hotspots, or maybe they always reported on. But I had a case of somebody ringing me from Cape Town as well, and I rang the police. I don't even tell you where that went. Okay, over to you, Dennis. Sorry, I should have asked you to speak first.
No problem at all. I thought you were finished. Sorry for trying to jump in. But yeah, so, Chair, it's also quite close to me. And I mean, we actually have a matter here in court at the moment that happened right in my space, which was the taking out of a Rand Water senior procurement official. And it certainly brings it home. And so, Chair, I didn't observe which province raised this matter in the negotiating mandate. And I wanted to ask, did they propose any solutions or anything that they wanted to include in the thing? Because I think it might be worth exploring if they did. So yeah, if we can perhaps just highlight in which negotiating mandate, which province raised this particular matter.
Anybody else will say anything? No? All right. I was also wondering whether they made a concrete proposal. Come in, Tikeledi, please.
Thank you. Chairperson, I think this matter is expressed by members in legislatures. It's something that is there in all the provinces. But is it something that is going to be corrected or be addressed by the bill, by the act, if we pass it? Or does it need the strong policing and other law enforcement agencies to do that? Because we might have it here on the legislation, but at the end of the day, those people, they know it's what they're doing is criminal. It's not allowed anyway. There's no loophole in the legislations or in any of the legislations that we have that allows them to do that. It's just an act of criminality. So I think policing or the law enforcement agencies as a committee or as a portfolio committee or select committee, they need to look deeper into this and strategize on how to deal with this matter, because it involves municipalities, it involves provinces, it involves communities, because people who are doing this, they are members of the community, and they are disturbing or they are stopping members of the community to benefit from government on the plans or the projects that they're having as part of the what is this, as part of the service delivery. So it is really disturbing. And Chair, and I think maybe the public works can also look into it. I don't know how far they can do it. They can take it because I think public works can only address the issue of the small companies. They can deal with that. But in terms of these criminal activities that are taking place, just like in the taxi industry, we need strong law enforcement agencies to come into the space. And if they don't have the necessary powers to can deal with it, it's upon the relevant committees to strengthen the regulations or to relook into the regulations so that cover them to can do that. So I don't think if we deal with it in this legislation, public procurement bill, it will stop. I'm just not convinced. I'm not convinced to say. Let me leave it there, Chairperson.
No, we agree with you, actually. Over then to Treasury. Willie, do you want to reply?
Thank you, Chair. No, I think I agree with the honorable members. It's a serious issue which dates back, and we ourselves don't know how to deal with it. But what we did, because it involves extortion, we're debating among ourselves whether we should include at least the term extortion explicitly in the bill, which we eventually, proposed that we include that term. But as to dealing with the actual as an offense, to say extortion is an offense, but as to actual preventative measure on these activities, it's a serious issue that, and I agree with the committee members that is something that is beyond just this bill. has to be like
All
so
right.
low.
I don't think we can take this further, Willie. The thing is, we can just write something strong in the report, but you can't include it in this bill. I think we're all agreeing on that. 3.1.18, please.
But 18, there was a concern that Treasury Regulation 16A and the municipal, we should also continue our views that these would be repealed, of course, because they will be repealed and will be replaced with the new regulations of the bill. So we're no longer going to have Treasury Regulation 16A or in the municipal SM regulations of the MFMA as we know it. So that's one issue. Then we can move, Chair, to the other. Okay, this was just a small issue around what we're proposing.
What about 19?
Yeah, you mean around the other officials? No.
Disposal of assets will be considered by provision in the regulations in terms of bids for incoming. That's what you say.
Yes. Let's see.
Okay. All right. I see Dennis is saying something about the report is to take into account other officials. Right. Go on, please. We're at other officials.
Yeah, other officials. Just that in clause 9.1, they wanted us to define other officials because it says accounting officer and other officials. So we're just making a proposed replacement of other with any official to cover the broader officials, which are not necessarily within government, but in other state institutions like.
Okay, next one, please.
The next one you can go on.
Department.
Yeah, department. If you can just scroll down, I just want to see what department says. Yeah, scroll down. Yeah, scroll down, please, right at the end. Yeah, a department. Of course, they're just making a point there that the process must be fair, and we're saying yes. Of course, the process would be fair, even in cases where an institution may have imposed a department unfairly. At least that would be reviewed by the tribunal and so on, and also will make sure that at least no person does business if they are prohibited, depart. That's basically what we're saying. And then the procurement and the differentiated framework, we just say that the minister is empowered to prescribe the regulations and the framework. They're saying that the framework to be prescribed by the minister is a single framework, but that framework will provide for differentiation for procurement of different categories
okay.
of different services. Yeah, and then the ICT part, they say there's a need for reconfiguration of clause 20 regarding technology. There is a need for consultation, etc., etc. Now we say the intention of clause 30 is to ensure a seamless integration of ICT systems. The details thereof will be provided for in the regulations.
Then incentivize whistleblowing can be jump that, right? It's going to go
we
into
can
our
jump that.
Demand management.
Go to demand management. Scroll down to demand. Yeah. Where they're saying clarity as to why demand management is separate from procurement planning. Now, our response actually is that procurement planning and budgeting are part of demand management. However, demand management is at a very strategic level because it focuses on the demand requirements for the entire organization or procuring institution. And therefore, planning and budgeting, of course, is informed by the outcome of the demand management process. So it is part of that process. They're not necessarily separate. So I think that was the last issue, but there's another issue, Chair, that if you can just scroll down, I want to see what comes in. This disclosure, yeah, it's fine. We'll I think here, Chair, it's just an error there on our response. It's not 30 days. but we're going to keep it as such because the issue was, please disclose information immediately after an award. But our as opposed to as quickly as possible. And I think we spoke to this issue that because there are these other processes which may kick in, like the reconciliation of an award by the procuring institution, the tribunal. So it may not necessarily be possible to have it within 14 days. They wanted 14 days. That was the proposal from PSAM at some point in time. So we decided we're going to leave it open-ended as quickly as possible. And there's just an error from our side by that 30 days. But then there's one last issue, Chair, that was raised, I think, by KZN, which I think is important in the preamble. I'm sure we'll talk to it when we do in the preamble. We somehow omitted reference to local sphere of government. So that's just the inclusion that would have to come in. If you look at the very first part of the preamble. Thank you, Chair.
What about the Western Cape proposal on a regulator? Why do you leave that out? That's what they suggested.
Yeah, the Western Cape raised an issue around the appointment of the regulator to say that process must be known. What process would the regulator? I'm sure Advocate Vascori can come in there and say, I know we've made a provision for the minister to appoint, but we haven't outlined the process, of course. Maybe you can just comment in the process of appointing the PPO.
Good morning. They refer to the procurement regulator, which I think it's been a previous term what supposed to refer to the Public Procurement Office. Now, what we've been comment or our response is the point is all these officials will be employees of National Treasury, and the appointment of officials in all government departments, national, provincial, or regulated by the Public Service Act. So the appointment, as it currently stands, the power rests in the Minister of Finance for Treasury, and then also the Public Service Act and regulations and directives and termination determines how qualifications, etc., of positions must be determined. So in our view, it's covered in terms of current legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, we will come back to this on Saturday or Thursday morning if people want to. For myself, I'm cool. I feel that most issues are covered in Willie's thing and also in what we're doing. Moreover, bill by bill, line by line, we can also comment on issues raised by the provinces. That would be very helpful. Dennis, you want to say something? No. Okay. Shall we then flight the bill and start moving on that?
Chairperson, may I ask if I can flight the bill because it might be easier with the
okay.
scrolling.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Estelle, are you back? Or is it still Lubabala?
Yes, Chairperson. Now I have been in the
so you're
meeting.
managing it. Thank you very much for coming, and thanks for all the good work you've been doing at short notice. Just to say about some clumsiness, colleagues, which might hold us up slightly, but hopefully not too much. I'm still having problems with receiving this text from MP for some reason. The IT people can't solve it, though they found some solution now. But in the meanwhile, I've got a written, I had to go and print this not late last night, but at about 8 o'clock. So I printed it, and then I also have the original bill, which I had to also print because I have that problem I told you about last week. I don't want to bore you. So I've got notes on two versions of the bill, the original bill and the changes. So I'll switch from one document to the other. That might hold us up. But thank you very much for all the hard work you and Willie did, and whoever else is in your team, some other 5-6 people. Shall we start then with the first? We're looking now at the draft of the bill, which makes very clear that the track changes not marked in yellow are proposed amendments following SCOF's policy decision. Our decision, track changes marked in yellow of proposed amendments considering comments of stakeholders, which were not part of our policy discussions, and proposed amendments identified by NT for consideration by CECOF. Right, let's move down and go to the first page. And then the first change you've made is under, but before we go there, if you look at the first one, whereas section 2171, is anyone want to raise anything there? No. Just clarify.
Sorry, can I just
Yeah.
interject?
Yeah.
I beg your pardon, Chair. I don't know if this was discussed at the beginning of the meeting, but when I saw the agenda for today circulated, it didn't include the line by line today.
No,
when I saw the meeting time had also been trimmed back to 3 hours.
No, I don't know what happened there. I don't know what's going on. It was always 9 to 13. Oh, let's accept that without Nkululeko things go wobbly. But also because we've all been under pressure, I've been very clear in the, as I thought so, in the, what's it called, chat group, what we're doing. And in an exchange with you over the phone yesterday, I also made that clear. But we are making no decisions. We're not voting. And if all goes well, we will informally vote. We'll only vote next Tuesday. So there's a whole week ahead, right? And, you know, this is just treating the bill, and we will park certain things and say, okay, you want to come back on this issue, or Fani, or Simon Maletsane, or the ANC? Fine. So we're not taking any decisions. So you know, here, this is the same. I mean, most of the stuff is the same, but they will explain to us why they made certain changes, and we will comment on it. That's what's happening. But we can't lose. What is the time now? I mean, people don't want to be here on Friday, 10:26. There's still, you know, quite a bit of hours we could cover. And there's no finality here. There's no finality until the day we vote on the bill. So please, can we all cooperate? I know we got it at 5. I did indicate to members at about 11 that this is the best MP and a team can do. When it comes to drafting, it's MP. When it comes to policy, it's mainly Willie. Okay. Right. Can we move on? The first question here, it was raised, and I think I know the answer, but just for my own sake, right? You do not mention local government, right? Can you remind us why? I think I know what you're going to say, but let's get it clear.
Chairperson, if I may come in?
Yeah, sure.
Chairperson, yeah, just to get off where Dennis said, we know that we've got until 1 o'clock with this, but you look at what the agenda is for a meeting, and then you try to also manage your time. We are all very busy, so it's going to be very difficult if we do this now. We'll obviously try, but I think that when you get an agenda that says that you're doing the mandates, then you know normally how long those meetings take, and this is going to be difficult. Thank you.
No, I accept that. I don't know who put it down like that. As I said, I didn't see the agenda, and that's why I qualified it. Yes. And I mean, one should be also human, right? I mean, we're all under pressure, and we're not making any. You know, somebody is interfering. Linda, is it you? Linda?
Yes.
Yeah, please. I think there's some interference. I don't know if it's from you, because it seemed like it's your voice. But okay, we settled now. Colleagues, what do you want to do then? Do you really want to lose this time? And we bring nothing really that's final here. People will have the afternoon. You and Dennis said you can't be here in the afternoon, so I said fine. And Dennis came back to say he can't be on here on Friday because of his political work. It affects all of us, actually, not least myself. So we said, okay, let's see if we can finish on Thursday. So this bill has been with us, this thing has been with us for like 8 weeks, the first part. And all one's asking is like a simple thing like, why is local government not here? It's seeking clarity on this thing. We're not voting on it. And I don't know, between the confusion of Nkululeko, who's also under his own pressures, I indicated that all meetings will be from 9 to 1. In yesterday's, you know, I sent you it's a lot of work, long thing at 11 o'clock yesterday. All along we ask you who's available, who's not, and then you reply. So obviously you read that, and that's clear. We're sitting from 9 to 1. I don't know who changed it to 9 to 12. It must have been a mistake. But that would probably be one of the new staff, and you can't blame them either. I should have checked. But I was doing a whole lot of things yesterday. Drafting that letter to the stakeholders, that took me quite a while. I had to read it. It's a PDF. You can't respond in tracking. Then I had to send it to Frank. It's a lot of work. I did nothing yesterday political except this bill. And then I read the bill again and so on. So I can't do more, really. And I'm pleading just to cooperate. It's the last bill. It's all over next week, Tuesday, right? And we can avoid meeting on Friday. So please, can we just cooperate? And we said we would park things. If you or Dennis feel you're not ready to comment on this thing, but you're not voting. So I don't even know whether you need to park anything. We come back to the whole thing again, clause by clause, on Friday morning or Thursday afternoon, ideally. And we've covered the ground policy-wise repeatedly. Just look at the number of hours we spent on this bill. Just look at the number of hours we allocated. 4 hours today, 4 hours on Thursday morning, 3 hours on Thursday afternoon. That gives you 8 plus 3, 11, and 3 hours on Friday. That's 14 more hours. It's 5 times more than any other bill we've looked at. And we've come quite far now. And you know, what's the point of rushing this thing next week, Tuesday? Let's do as much as we can. The votes will only occur next Tuesday. So I've been very grateful for the cooperation of smaller parties. There's no conspiracy here, right? Sometimes people feel the ANC rushes things because actually we know and understand why parties will oppose this bill. And we respect that. You've been elected by a particular electorate. They won't accept this bill. We don't expect it. But you've been very, very cooperative. You've been very, very helpful. I mean, a lot of things that Dennis has said, we are incorporating. So, you know, it doesn't mean if one's opposed to a bill, one doesn't cooperate with it. And Dennis has skills that I don't have, technical skills that I don't really have. He's a very valuable member. And I acknowledged him in the House last week also on the pension. It was he that picked up on this marginal thing, which I was unhappy about. But before I could say anything, he said, hey, this is ridiculous, right? And I can tell you, he was spot on. And I can tell you now that when I spoke at that SACTU thing, last week, Thursday and Friday, particularly on the Friday, man, they were so upset about this thing, right? And it just seems wrong. Imagine if you're a worker, Willie, and you're expecting, many of them won't be able to access 30,000. 30,000, you get 15 and a half. So, you know, they were really, really angry about that. But anyway, can we please go on? Nothing major is happening today. You're getting even more familiarized with the bill. The problem is that, you know, I don't know why the secretary put our secretary negotiating mandates over 4 days. When have we ever done that? It was a typo. I didn't realize it until yesterday. We've never had negotiating mandates for 5 days. As you say, Willie, you know, over 4 days. Willie, as you say, normally it's just, you know, an hour or so. But I was very clear, please look at what I said in the chat group yesterday, precisely to deal with that. And I mentioned it at the outset of the meeting, as you remember, Willie. Please, can we move on? Why have we left out local government? And it's been raised by one of the provinces also.
So, Chair, I'd just like to say that I do think that the members of the committee have been extremely agile here. And I think we have been fairly accommodating. But just to reiterate, Chair, you know, the meeting arrangements keep on changing, and we accept the reasons for that. We understand. And I mean, we are here as members of Parliament, and this must be our priority. But when you receive conflicting messages, it is often difficult to decide which one to listen to. And especially when, you know, we were dealing with negotiating mandates today, some of which may have had an impact on the clause by clause as we go through it. You know, it was reasonably logical to think, especially when we hadn't seen the response from Treasury before the meeting. I think it was fairly logical for us to expect that perhaps today's meeting would have not dealt with a clause by clause. But yeah, I mean, let's proceed, but just see it as well from our side, please, Chair.
No, I do. Actually, you're being very logical. I've tried to explain to you, I cannot manage better, really. You know, if it was not at the out, I'll just put a motion of no confidence in me. And then the ANC can appoint another chair because I can't do any better. I battle, actually. I can't do any better, actually, really. And you've been extremely cooperative, you in particular. No one is going to ignore. You've asked for, and you're right. You asked for, I don't know what our secretary was meaning to do when he put negotiating mandates for 4 days. I'm puzzled by it, right? Maybe, I don't know. It's never happened in this parliament ever before that we've had negotiating mandates for 4 days. So that's why I corrected it yesterday. And what I say finally matters is I'm the chair. So I apologize for that. I apologize for my failures, but really, I don't know what to do. You see, we asked in Kululeko, shouldn't we have another committee secretary? You've got 2 in Sequoia, 2 in Justice. He said, no, there's no. He's been performing well, but he's on his own. So, and then we have 2 excellent people, Estelle and Luabalo, probably the 2 best in this parliament, really, frankly. And they came to our aid. So, you know, we've been managing this, right? And when Estelle sent me the things at deliberations, I thought it was being connected to what I said yesterday, which is really what we mean to do. But we thank you for your assistance. Now, on the matter of the negotiating mandates, when I saw them, just to make something clear about the sequence, they didn't look to me, as many as they were, as if they were substantially new. There were some that was like the Western Cape one, had some nice things. And I think we should, you know, although we heard what Treasury said, we should insert some things in the report. Secondly, you see, what I'm saying is, when we meet on Thursday, the first issue we'll put on the agenda is further consideration of the negotiating mandate reports. And you will see, Dennis, when you look at them. What surprises me, firstly, is I hear what Woody says, and he's absolutely right that there was only one submission on a major bill like this. How can that be? How can one province be any different? It actually reflects on the legislature. Did they do enough? I find it very hard to believe a bill like this could be so contentious and arouse so many emotions in all the other provinces but Northern Cape. Why not? So obviously I agree with you, but apart from that, there are very substantial discussions and submissions that have come through. And you can see that in KZN and Western Cape. I mean, KZN is very thorough. But what strikes me, firstly, is public participation was more on this bill than on many bills. I may be wrong, but on many bills, not all bills. Secondly, what also strikes me is how spot on we've been, because the provinces are saying much the same things we are saying overall. Dennis, you'll see there's nothing substantially new there. There's about 10%, 15% we haven't discussed. If it was significantly different, then we would have a case to say, guys, let's go back, check this thing, maybe reconvene at 2, but then 2 of you are not available. That's another option I was thinking of until I realized you're not available. So this will definitely mean, you know, if we lose this period, it goes into Friday. And of course, Friday is a sitting day. We just have to do it. So I thank you for I understand where you are. I agree with a lot of things you and Willie are saying. But I'm saying it's not a train smash. There's no finalization of anything. So thank you for that, Dennis and Willie, for your cooperation. It's much appreciated. And I share your frustrations about the odd notices. I think from now on, I will look at notices much more carefully. But can we please understand, on Thursday, the agenda is 1, further consideration of negotiating mandate reports, not the negotiating mandate. 2, line by line. And no voting anyway. So can we just get this answer, please? Willie, who's going to deal with these now? Willie or MP? Or both?
Chair, I will go with the committee through the amendments, and then Willie can come in.
Right. So local government, why have you left it out?
Yes, Chair, it was an error. We actually only saw it now when we saw the KZN report, because 2171 refers to national, provincial, and local government. So it should be in that
Fine, so we're
first
putting it
paragraph.
in, right? Yeah, no,
Yes.
I thought I got it on my notes too, but I thought that you're leaving it out because of the arguments about being too prescriptive and intruding on the powers and functions of local government. So you've got it in law as much softer. So that's why you left it. But you're right. This is not referring to the content of the bill. It's referring to what 217 says, and you have to stick by it. Correct. I didn't see that. So that's settled. Any comments on that? That's a straightforward matter, colleagues. Okay, we can come.
Hello, Chairperson Karim. Chairperson.
And peace
sorry, I'm
descended on the world.
He is on the line with an iPad.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay. So firstly, on the local government thing, I misunderstood. I thought the reason you not got it there is because of all the criticisms of the stakeholders that we are prescribing in this bill too much. But I realized that you actually got no choice but to have local government because of the argument 2171. That's a reminder to us that you can't change the words of the Constitution. So it goes in. I don't think anybody's going to disagree with that. Okay. Anybody wants to comment? This is a straightforward thing. Okay, MP. Don't over-explain, MP, because all these things we've covered. What's the next issue?
Okay, the next two issues, which is highlighted in yellow, is relating to 2172. In the initial, what was in the tabled and bill, we basically tried to summarize 2172 and 3. So instead of that, we proposed that we use the exact wording of 2172 and then also include 2173.
Any comments here? Okay, members have anything, they will come back to us on Thursday and say, look, let's go back to this and so on. Carry on, please. I'm not going to say carry on. I mean, you know what to do. Yeah?
Sure. Okay. The next paragraph is considering the discussions on BBBE and the proposed clauses. There's one that was discussed with the committee in relation to preferential qualification. We're also proposing a clause, an amendment to clause 17 dealing with set-asides. We're proposing the insertion of this paragraph to specifically refer to BBBE. I don't know if I should read it or members will
No,
read
there's
it.
no need. It's straightforward, yeah. This flows from the proposed amendments that came from the stakeholders and a sort of belief that this bill goes backwards, some argue, and to some extent KZN says the same thing. So this is related to that, but we can come back to it. Colleagues, it's just acknowledging what's there. It's a straightforward formulation, and it is consistent with the discussions that we've had. Obviously, the majority feel that way, the minority may not. So that's taken for granted, but that has been discussed.
Chairperson.
Yeah, sure, coming.
Sorry. Chair, just noting the amendments that were in the discussion that we had around section 17, where there was also allowance made for women, disabled people, etc. Defining this exclusively for Black people, is that consistent with the rest of the bill? Or do you want to expand the wording to say Black people and other marginalized groups, historically marginalized groups?
It's a good point, Dennis. See what I mean? Good point. Willie, recommend him for a performance bonus on this bill to your DA leadership. Yeah, that's a good point, but I don't know if it really reflects on this. But go ahead, let's hear what they have to say. National Treasury.
Chairperson, I ask Willie, our Willie to come in, please.
Oh yeah, we have two Willies, I forgot here.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just gonna also try and see if my video will work this time around. Thank you very much. No, this one, well, I understand what Honorable Ryder is saying around maybe looking at other marginalized groups. But this one was specifically informed by the stakeholders, a number of them, to say at least there should be something that links this bill with the BE Act. But if the chair would recall, last week we had a presentation also by the DTI where discussions were had around the elements of the scorecard. If you look at it, and what people have always been saying, that if you score high in the other elements of the scorecard and even ignore ownership, black ownership, then you get a level 1. So this particular provision seeks to address that issue, to say we need to emphasize the ownership of course, black people, so that businesses can embrace that particular element without necessarily ignoring it. So that's the attempt here, to align that and also to talk to that specific issue that was raised. But of course, one takes note of the comment that is made by Honorable Ryder around maybe something looking at other marginalized group. But thank you, Chair.
Yeah, no, my own view, Dennis, is they should leave this as it is, right? And they must see that in the text of the bill, because this doesn't undermine the point Mr. Ryder is making, right? So I think this has to be left for the reasons you explained, right? But he's right in the point he's making. It's just that it doesn't come in here. Or if the majority feel it should come, then there should be a separate thing in the preamble. But then if you say other marginalized groups, then you have to define that and so on. So it gets a bit complicated, but I think the point he's making, I agree with it, but I'm not sure you can do it here. Dennis, do you want to say anything? Dennis? Okay, you'll come in, or maybe he's disconnected. I hope he's not disconnected now. He's there somewhere.
Sorry, Chair, the kettle boiled. No, I heard most of that. Yeah. We'll chew on it further, Chair.
Okay. Yeah, it's also going to be very inelegant. You see, the way they drafted this thing, I don't know how they're going to slide that in, and it complicates things. But you are right in the substance that you're raising. Okay, then can we go on, please?
Honorable Chair.
Yep.
Chair, I just want to put it on record that we do not support this at all. I mean, this is outright the racism that's taking place. And this is not a political view, it's facts. People are being excluded in taking part in procurement on the basis of their skin color. And I mean, up to now, we haven't had, like mentioned in the previous meeting, haven't had any indication, even the slightest, as to when a sunset clause will be introduced. And that is very troublesome, Chair. I mean, you yourself acknowledge that the ANC acknowledged that triple BE or BE is not working. I mean, in the meantime, you just carry on with the same principles, with the same legislation, just feeding the fat cats, and the bulk of the people are being affected negatively on this. I just want to put it on record. Thank you, Chair. You don't have to comment, but I just want to put it on record.
Yeah, I may not want to comment, but once you raise a thing in a committee, others may want to do so. So does anybody want to respond?
Chair, can I come in?
Yes, please do.
Chairperson, I respect the view from Honorable Duit and saying that you don't have to comment. As argued and debated last week, I just want to say from the side of the ANC also, we want to put it on record. As argued last week, this is the policy of the government of the day, is the principle, and we think is still relevant. Thank you. Just to put it on record.
Yeah, no, that's thanks. So just to record that this is not a...
Chairperson, also me.
Yeah, come in, Linda.
Can I come?
Please, Linda, go ahead.
Chairperson, the government of the day will not put policies in place if it is not necessary. Chair, when they bring in the PE policy, it was necessary because of our disadvantaged community who are black was keeping behind of the previous government. And therefore, the government of today, they supposed, or they did bring in measures to taking the country forward. Transformation must take place if we like it or not. And secondly, Chairperson, what I propose, while we're dealing with this bill, that we must make sure that we put measures in place, the monitoring measures in place to monitoring this PE policy. Because there's people who are taking advantage of black people. People was previous advanced who take advantage of this policy of PE. And they take advantage to using our black people for fronting. So therefore, I propose that we must make sure that we put measures in place when we passing this bill. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Linda. Okay, what I think I suggest as a way forward, if people are agreeable, I'm not sure how we word it, because if you word it in the report the way you're saying it, Fanny, it could raise lots of problems, but I will confer with Frank. You are free. As we told the DA, we can put a paragraph or two in to say you think this is race-based and it's will be a failure or something like that. You can give me a draft, but it has to be legally tenable and morally and emotionally palatable in this sense. We do not want to inform racial passions. We know what your views are. You were even tougher on Friday. I'm not sure, I don't know that your party will present it exactly like that. But there's no point repeating it. We know where you stand. And I think we appreciate that you sit in the meetings. We will give you a paragraph if you want one. You can draft it, send it to Nkululeko and me, or give it to Estelle, Nkululeko and me. And I don't think it's going to help to repeat it. The facts are, since you use the word facts, it's a view you're expressing, but now I'm giving you a fact. It is to address some of the failures of BBBEE, both in the sense Linda is saying, where whites use Africans as fronting domestic helps and all, we've been through that. But also, the same black people keep getting tenders. So this is meant to deal with the inefficiencies or inadequacies of the BBBEE policy. We're not going to agree, even the DA won't agree. So I think I would urge from now on that we accept our fundamental differences on this bill. And as Dikeledi always says, we can have policy discussions and political discussions within the framework of a bill. But if we're taking up broader issues of transformation and so on, we don't have the power to change other pieces of legislation. And it's going to be counterproductive to have that. I think we all understand where we are on this bill. And we've been with it now for hours and hours. And I suggest that right now we just recognize to agree to disagree on these issues and move on. So can we go on, please, Impi? The only issue then in the preamble, I mean, this other one is straightforward, right? In order to create a single framework, that's straightforward, is that we must come back to what about other marginalized groups? Dennis, right? I don't know if it goes in the preamble, but you can mull over all that. But can we go down, please, Esther? We are into the next page, and then at the top there, sorry, MP?
I thought I'm going to pause the arrangement of sections because that obviously will be updated according to the amendments agreed to.
Yeah.
So I'll go to the pause it to the definitions.
Which you're now calling interpretations. No, you're calling it an interpretation.
Yeah, there is a clause that's been in the bill all along, subclause 2, that basically requires that everything must be done in writing. So we thought maybe that's a better description. So it's not only definitions in this clause.
So hang on. So the chapter 1 title will remain the same. Definitions, objects, applications.
Oh, I think, Chair, you're right. Maybe you should also change the chapter heading to accord with that, if the committee supports that change.
No, obviously, if we support the change, I think we agree. Some things are technical, they're not like policy. Anybody got a problem with making it interpretation?
Chair, can't we say definitions and interpretation? Is that not more complete and consistent with other law?
What do you say, Treasury?
Sorry, there's varying things. There's many bills where they simply call it interpretation, but I have no objection to saying definitions and interpretation.
Fine, let's do that. There's a message from our acting secretary. What is it? It would be appreciated if all guests on the platform could rename their devices, the full names, and that of the organization they represent. Anyone who is having difficulties can send me the information directly to me via the meeting chat, and I will rename you. I think she needs that for administrative purposes. Okay, can we go on then to the first one, Limpy?
Okay, the first one, this concept is no longer used in the bill, so we're proposing.
Fine, let's move on. Yeah.
Then the next amendment that relates to policy discussions goes in preferential qualification section. We no longer use the status level of contributors, so the definition is not required.
Yes, I agree, but anybody else got anything to say? Remember, you can come back on this. I agree. It's fine. I don't know if anybody's disagreeing, but if they are, they'll come back to us on Thursday. Next one.
This relates to one of the stakeholders raising the concern that the definition of bid would avoid or will not include unsolicited bids. So we're proposing that amendment and also to make it so you don't refer to invitation for procurement. Because with the unsolicited bid, there's no invitation. And the change is just to simplify the definition.
Any comments here? It's grammatically wobbly, isn't it, though? In the meanwhile, while members are... Bid committee means persons appointed by the accounting officer or accounting authority to a committee. Oh, they appointed to a committee, right? So you don't need to... So it's grammatically correct. I'm wrong. To a committee to perform functions within the bid committee system. Yeah, I'm wrong. Sorry about that. Any comments? Look, can members please raise their voices and say, Chairperson, or whatever you want to say, but just intervene. There's no need to acknowledge me. I mean, really. Okay, the next thing then is...
It's confidential information. This is, I think, from a number of stakeholders asking.
Yeah, but remember, MP, you're jumping the ones that are there.
Oh, sorry, sorry.
We've got to go through everyone. So
apologies.
Members that are. So I don't have any issues because I've read this bill 3 times and I've noted my notes, right? So I don't think I have any issues. But so on accounting authority, that's straightforward, right? I can share and say accounting officer is straightforward, right? So there's no need. Maybe I should share more intervention in an intervention way, because if something is straightforward, we can't change the meaning of a word that's in another bill unless we've discussed it. Bid, you've explained. Can we move on to bid committee? You've explained. And then we go to black people and then capital assets as a straightforward. Now here there's something. Confidential information means, yeah. And explain why you got must or may.
Yes, I will, Chairperson. So this is related to the stakeholders' comments about just using POPIA, the personal information, to use that definition of personal information is too limiting. And then we had other grounds. So the proposal then was made that why don't we use the PAIA Act
Yes, of course. We all agreed to that. In fact, all parties agreed. Yeah. But why you got must or may?
Yeah, some of the grounds of refusal in that act say for instance, they say if it's personal information as defined in that act, it must be refused. While there's other categories where it says may.
Oh, right. Anybody got an issue there? I'm not familiar with that. Yeah. Do come in.
So a little bit later in the act, we deal with, and I can't remember, I'm looking for my notes now, and it says disbar or debar. I can't remember which one
debar.
Debar, yeah. And it specifically says there that people that get debarred need to have their information placed on a database, which will be public. Now, I mean, what are we going to do? We're going to place initials. So Yunus Karim will be Y star 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 C star star star. Or, you know, how is that going to be effectively implemented? How is that information going to be shared between procuring entities or procuring institutions? You know, because frankly, Dennis Ryder is not a very common name, but there are a couple of us around. I think Yunus Karim might be a little bit more common, but you know, it becomes a little bit of an issue when you're producing kind of a blacklist, and I mean, people would be put on that debarring list after having done something naughty. So, you know, at what point does a person's right to privacy become moot in terms of the public interest?
Okay, anybody else wants to say anything? Okay, so can I raise something here? I didn't understand that's how it'll appear in a register. I thought it'll be a full name, although I'm more unique than you think I am, because most people spell Karim as a K. Although there is one Yunus Karim who got me into trouble. When I was serving in the executive, I said I have no trusts. So City Press came for me. You present yourself, you got a trust. And I said, excuse me, I don't have a trust. I don't have anything. What is going on? Finally, she rang me a few days later. She even removed it from her report. You see how the journals, she had it in the report. And then she didn't use the report because she came too close. She told me the whole story. Then she found out who this guy is. So I'm just telling you, it can also get very complicated, these things. But why does Dennis think that? I don't know. I didn't realize that's how you're going to do it. Can you respond to him, please?
If I may just respond to this one, Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, look, there will be a register, just like in the current system. I hope I'm responding directly. The names of all people that are restricted from doing business with the state are, endorsed in that register, and that register is made public. It is in the central supplier database. So the similar process will happen here. That register will be made available. But as to maybe the optics, insofar as the making of that information available publicly, I think that's a subject of what is under discussion right now on POPIA and then also PAIA. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, but we do have, haven't we, lists of people,
yes,
like,
we do.
Which is a list that has full names. Like, for example, unless it's fallen away, in local government, there is a list of people who have been fired for corruption and so on, to prevent other municipalities from appointing. And in practice, that list ain't working, sadly. Those regulations were introduced sometime between 29 and 2013. So there are full names. Why can't we have full names here? I don't follow. What's the point of not having full names?
Well, the current system, Chair, and I think the full name is there, including the ID of people
Yes.
that are restricted. It's already in the system as we speak right now. And that information can be accessed at any time by anybody. It's available electronically. So I guess that the same register that is proposed by clause 15 of the bill will continue to apply. It could
So
be
there'll be
just
full names, right?
Yes, the full names and the ID
but Dennis,
numbers.
why don't you think there'll be full names? Where do you get that idea from?
Chair, yeah, I mean, it's the first thing that people jump up and down about when you talk about the POPIA Act.
Yeah, but we're talking of PAIA, yeah?
Okay.
Not Poppy. That's what people said. Remember in the discussion, you might have not been there. No, you were there all the time, except Thursday, Friday, late, the last part. Actually, that was why people raised it, that POPIA gives people too much of confidentiality spaces so they can avoid, escape, wriggle out of their wrongdoing. So they said, let's go for PAIA. And immediately it resonated. I wondered why they went for POPIA. So there's no reference here to POPIA as far as I know. Am I correct, Willie?
No answer, Chair. Thank you.
Willie, am I correct? Oh dear.
Yeah,
Okay,
yes,
I'm correct. Good.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
correct, Chair.
So then let's move on. Then it's not an issue, Dennis, but nothing stops you from raising it. It's interesting what you were saying. It'll be utterly absurd to put Y ... and then C ... It's almost surrealistic. Okay, let's go on. Constitution is straightforward, right? So those things that are straightforward, I'll just directly move on. Next one, please. Cooperate has the same meaning, that's fine, right? It means whatever it is in that act. Days means obviously economically active population, means all persons within the pop who contribute to economic what are available. Okay, emergency means an event. Can we read this? Oh, I couldn't see anything. You removed, what is this now? Oh no, you added geographical area here, right? Is there any issue about geographical area? It means the area of a municipality, district, municipality, or province. So why don't you say local municipality? Because you have municipality and district, municipality, province. Shouldn't you do local
Chair,
municipality?
yes, I think you're correct. It should be local municipality.
Right, so we're agreeing on that, right?
Yeah.
Those former councillors who are here, they will be pleased that you recognizing it. Okay, local municipalities. Can we move on to immediate family member means, right? Okay, it's straightforward. Income generating contract. Yes, I never understood this in the bill, in the text until I came to the, I always read the text first and then come back to definitions. And so I discovered it because I was going to ring you and ask you, what is that? Infrastructure means the physical facility. I'd explain what you've done here.
Chair, we just move the wording to the end because I think it reads better to have directly or indirectly.
Yeah, I also thought so. Yeah, grammatically, yeah, it reads better. Military veteran, member of the tribunal is straightforward, right? Military veteran means it's straightforward. That anybody got issue with that? Do we use the word liberation war in legislation? That's what I wanted to ask.
It's the wording that's in the Military Veterans Act.
Fine. If that's the wording, we're not changing it, okay? I didn't know that was the wording used. It's a correct thing, but, you know, not all of us will agree, understandably. Ministry is straightforward. Municipal entity has the meaning of course, that municipal fine, obviously, it's straightforward. Municipality, explain this.
Yes, we had a definition, which I think you find it in other municipal legislation, referring to it as a corporate entity, and then also in relation to its geographical area. But except for when we talk about in a geographical area as now proposed to be defined, we don't use municipality in the sense of a geographical area. So we think we only need, we only need the first part of what we had, what was in the bill.
Fine, I get it. Anybody have an issue here? Dennis, you might have something to say as a former councillor.
Oh, happy.
All right, let's go on. National security, right? I couldn't see anything here. It's straightforward as far as I see. Right, then National Treasury is straightforward, officially straightforward. Open data means machine, Anyone want to say anything about open data? This is not my area. Organized straightforward panel. Remember, you can come back on Thursday, right? Panel means, right, people with disabilities, obviously. Then we go to prescribe. Some of these things are so banal, right? And boring. We've seen it millions of times, but you have to do it. Right, procurement. Go there because you made a change. Just remind us why we did that.
Yes, it's if you read paragraph A, it talks about acquisition, so we repeated that wording.
Yeah, fine.
And
Okay,
also
correct.
that,
Yeah. Can we go down to procurement system, procurement promotion of Administrative Justice Act, Provincial Treasury, public finance, public office bearer? That's all fine, public office bearer. Even to say anything, I couldn't see anything, but maybe others can. Or they will see it on Thursday, before Thursday. Public-private partnership. Now, where do you get this definition from?
it's the definition that's used in the Treasury regulations.
Fine, let's move on. Public procurement officer straightforward. Publish, obviously, in the Gazette regulation, obviously. You changed the thing because of the change of numbering. Yeah, it upset my notes elsewhere that I typed in. Never mind. Related persons means persons who are connected. Yeah, that's straightforward. Small enterprises, a meaning. Now, what about standard bid documents?
Yeah, this term is only used in section 24.4, so it's not necessary to define it. It's only used in that section.
Chair, can I just check that definition of publish?
Yeah.
Publication in the Gazette or on a website or on an easily accessible central online portal that is publicly available. Can we say on an official website? Because, I mean, there's some really dodgy websites out there and one can also hide information.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Yeah. I thought you took this definition from another bill or act. MP?
Chair, yeah, yes, I think we did, but I do think it would be appropriate to say official website.
No, I agree with him. He's right.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, fine. Okay, now here I'm putting a question to you, Dennis, and your buddy there. But you cannot answer in terms of Rule 144, P1, Roman numeral 3, subsection C, subsection D1, Roman numeral 2, subsection A. Ask Lobabalo. He will know it by heart, right? He memorizes every night before he goes to bed. Doesn't read the Bible. He reads the regular. Ask him. It says a chairperson, when he is provoked, or she is provoked, or they are provoked, can, at any time, make a point and refuse to allow any member of the committee to reply. So I would like to know from all and sundry, why did Dennis have to wait till Thursday to raise this point? What thoughts did he require? Did he have to read the amended bill 5 times before he came to that conclusion? Or, as we're informally going through a bill, he can pick it up off the cuff. Nobody replies?
Off the cuff.
Yeah, no, I know that. You are not allowed to, Lubabalo. Can I expel this guy from this meeting for undermining that rule, Lubabalo? Advocate Lubabalo is the custodian of the rules. And Lubabalo, I know your answer. It is yes, I can expel him. But because I'm not in a mood to expel anybody, although I expelled your colleague, first time I asked Frank, can I ask him to leave?
Based on conflicting priorities, I would welcome the expulsion.
No, listen here. So, I asked Frank, can a chair remove a person from a meeting? And he said, yes. And I said, well, he's going. Then the guy, he didn't argue with me. He said, fine. In a huff and a puff, he walked out. Next day, he was back and he hadn't even remembered. But man, he was so abusive of the COSATU Deputy General Secretary. I mean, by any measure. But anyway, he was in a bad mood, I think. Asked him to withdraw it and he wouldn't. And then Frank explained, Frank, am I right, that a chair has the same powers in a committee to some extent, at least to a large extent, that the speaker has in the National Assembly or the chair has in the NCOP. But anyway, it was your colleague, first time and only time in 30 years. Otherwise, you know what? Dennis, you worked me out, right? And others opposite. I don't care. People can say what they want. This is a multi-party democracy. And you know what? They were right. They were elected. They were right. They can irritate us, whoever the majority is, but that's fine. It's their right. And we can fight back, as we did earlier with our members. But you know what? As declared, you will counsel us. There are limits to which we have those longer, wider debates. Supplier means a bidder. Person has a legal meaning, doesn't it? Usually.
Yes, Chair.
But
Sorry,
you're
it
more
include,
specific, yeah. Yeah, you're more
sorry, it
specific.
includes natural and heuristic
Yeah,
persons. But the
yeah.
reason why we changed it to bidder, there's a definition, and it includes an
Fine,
association of
fine.
two or more
Okay,
persons.
now we get it. Yeah, this act is straightforward. Transformation is the public procurement is straightforward. Transversal term contract. Somebody had an issue with this term, right? From the provinces, right? So we can park this off with a P, and somebody wants to pick it up can pick it up. But can you remember what it was? About
I
transversal
think the
term
Western Cape's requested that it be omitted.
Right?
But in the bill, we provide for transversal term contracts to be arranged as per the definition, either by relevant treasury, for instance, for the entire province, or it could even be in the case of national treasury arranging transversal term contracts for all procuring institutions.
Okay,
I'm
can
not sure
members
why. I think they
why?
maybe don't want it to be the national want to be applicable to provinces. That may be the issue.
Yeah, but that's a different issue. All right, can we park this? Treasury, MP, can you look at it carefully, exactly why they wanted this? Linda also is from the Western Cape, but any member, we're not agreeing to this for now, right? Let's just park it, right? Can Esther help with her notes as well and remind us parking? P means parking, but P also means public participation, right? I'll put park this until we hear them, until we look closer. But I will also try to, well, not try, Treasury means straightforward, tribunal means straightforward, right? You change the numbering, obviously. Tribunal rules are straightforward. Youth has the obvious meaning that it's got any decision, approval, determination, instruction, notification, notice, report, or request, and must be in writing. Oh. What have you left out? Objects of the Act. I went through the objects of the Act. Personally, I couldn't see anything. But let's see. Oh, I must look in this bill. This other one. I'm looking at the wrong one. Okay, can you quickly take us through the subdivisions there, the sub clauses and so on? Okay. But members can read it. I don't know how you want to do this, but I can't see what there is there. All right, fine. Can we quickly go through it? So the first one, just summarize in a nutshell. Please, no long explanations.
2.1a, we refer to 2.17 and 2.16.
Right.
And
B.
That is the preferential
2 and 3.
procurement
Yeah,
sections of the
the
Constitution.
objects.
In 2A is, I think, one of the issues that were at one stage we referred to value for money, but we now are proposing we use the wording of 195 of, I think, 3 of the Constitution, and then addition of, amongst others, the assessment of costs, benefits, and risk.
Yeah, you covered that, yeah.
And B
That's
is
right.
about ethical conduct, transparency,
Yeah, that's
anti-corruption
straightforward.
measures.
C
is the
that's
advancement
straightforward.
of stimulate
I like
economic
the
growth.
stimulate economic development, because that's so crucial. I like this one.
And then E about improving the procurement processes, the efficiency and so on, and use for technology.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Now just give us the last thing why you added that.
Yeah, I think it came through also through stakeholders' comments, but it was not part of the policy discussions that we also.
No, it's right. It's right. Yeah. No, it's right.
Should
We
promote environment.
Yeah. But can you say, is it not a bit odd to say promote innovation and sustainable development, environment? You don't want to say promote innovation and a sustainable environment and development. Or is there no need for the If there's no need for the we leave it out. Sorry, Dennis, come in, please.
Yeah, Chair, it doesn't make sense as it stands. Sustainable environment. I would prefer if we change the sentence entirely to say something like promote innovation, sustainable development, and sustainable environmental custodianship. So actually put the sustainable in front of development and environment, because otherwise the two get inflated. But it's environmental custodianship that's the issue.
Somebody's interfering again, please. Okay, so you're saying promote innovation and sustainable development. And
promote innovation, sustainable development and sustainable environmental custodianship.
They hate using commas, don't you know, lawyers? I've had this fight with them repeatedly. They tend not to want to use commas. Fine, I don't know why we're repeating sustainable. I was looking for a formulation that doesn't have to repeat sustainable. But can we give it to you to reflect over, MP? If you can avoid using sustainable twice. I also, by the way, when I read it, thought it should read, what have I got you? Promote innovation. And I had development before sustainable, but I just said, before development, I had, then I had environment. So I'd promote innovation and sustainable development and the environment. And I didn't like that formulation also. So I think Dennis is a better one. Just work on that. And so can we change that, right? So we have to notice your Dennis amendment here. Okay, Dennis, if you can, yours is too wordy. There's too many, there's too sustainable. We have to use that. That's a better one than what we have. Okay, application administration of the act, that's straightforward. We go to sub 2.
Yes, Chair, this is the clause 3.2 is the one that applies preferential procurement provisions to legislatures. So now that we provide that some criteria like price evaluation and so on, functionality will be prescribed by regulation, and that provision will also be required for the application of Chapter 4. So we propose that we specifically refer to 24.1D in this provision.
Members, anything you want to say here for now? Nope, you can come back to it. Whatever, all of these things, you just tell us on Thursday, look, you want to come back to this clause and so on. Okay, I couldn't see anything in 3A. The Act applies to all procurement. I think the lists are straightforward, 3, 4, and 5. Anybody wants to raise anything? No. Then we go on to chapter 2. Now here, let's go through it more carefully, because chapter 2 is a bit more complex. Well, 4.1 is straightforward. 4.2.
Chair, what we added is that obviously the head is also an official, so we just thought we should say head and other officials must perform these functions here.
Yeah, the head is also an official. Yeah, okay. I don't know why that wasn't seen earlier, but fine. We'll forgive you, MP. Sub 3.
3, we realized that the bill throughout just talks about the Public Procurement Office, but it doesn't say who will be responsible. So I think you can probably read it into the public service prescripts, but we thought it would be better to make it clear that the head of that office is responsible for performing all the functions of that office. And then we also proposed an addition and a delegation provisions that the head can delegate to officials in that office.
Okay, people come in if you want to. I think this is fine. Okay, colleagues, you'll come in on Thursday when you had a chance to look at the bill more carefully. 5.1A, straightforward. 5.1B.
Yeah. Chair, this looks like a big change to me. So to remove the word implement has quite a big implication as far as I'm concerned. If it's not the function of the Public Procurement Office to implement, who does? Yeah, it just seems like quite a drastic amendment or change.
Okay, anything else people want to raise? Okay, you'll just come in. I'm not going to keep asking anybody else. You just say what you want to say. All right. So I just want to also ask you something before you reply to Dennis. You see, there was unhappiness about develop and implement, if I'm correct, right? And some places you, like here, you remove development and replace it with support. Dennis is asking why. Elsewhere, you have develop and implement. Now, I know this refers to different powers that the relevant institution referred to in a particular clause have. So sometimes it applies and sometimes it doesn't. But maybe you can give us a generic answer so I can, well, all of us can check that is used consistently, implement. And back to you, Treasury.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Some of the measures, like the procurement policy of institutions, we say the proposal now is develop and implement, because they must develop it and implement it. But in this context, I think my colleague Willie wants to come in. But my understanding is that some of the measures, like in this instance, Treasury or the Procurement Office will develop these measures, but it must be implemented by the various procuring institutions. So it's not possible for the Procurement Office to come and implement these measures in a municipality or in a provincial department. So, but anyway, Willie may want to add.
Willie?
No, Chair, thank you very much. I think I'm covered. That's the spirit in which we're saying the develop and support, because of the reasons that have already been outlined by Advocate Van Schoor.
Okay.
That's it. So, but we are open. Yeah.
Do you want to park this and come back to it, or are you okay with the answer?
Yeah, Chair, look, I've put another option in the chat, and it says initiate. So develop, initiate, and support. I don't know, but yeah, I'm mulling on it, chewing on it, because it must start somewhere. Is the point, and the Public Procurement Office has got a responsibility to kind of fulfill its mandate. And I mean, I think everyone accepts that you're not going to implement it in every entity, but implementing it at your level and where it's appropriate. So yeah, it's a difficult clause to possibly give voice to or to reduce to writing. And I understand the issue. I understand the concerns. But it almost looks like it's deflecting responsibility and trying to ensure that there is no financial impact of this bill. Well, certainly not on Treasury, but they'll pass the financial impact elsewhere. That might be a bit of an aggressive statement, but said slightly tongue-in-cheek. But it really looks like it's a case of trying to pass responsibility further down the chain.
Okay, it doesn't appear to me like that, the latter part of what you said, but I'm ambivalent about the response from Treasury, and I hear what you're saying. We're not accepting this, excuse me, 5 sub B, right? 1 sub B. Let's review it when we come back to it on Thursday. Okay, C. That's straightforward, colleagues. You'll intervene. Develop and implement measures is the next one. To ensure transparency. Yeah, you are implementing measures, right? Not just developing them. Is that okay?
Chairperson, I think we need to consider, but I think in the case of transparency, it might be different in the sense of the ICT systems developed that's provided for later in the bill. But if you permit, we can maybe just have a discussion within Treasury and revert on.
So Dennis, you can also look at both the clauses, right? So we're not accepting D at this stage or putting review. Right. Right. Promote standardization is straightforward. Promote the use of technology is straightforward. monitor and oversee the implementation of, I mean, that's obvious. Intervention by taking appropriate steps to address a material breach, obviously. Create, maintain, and publish one or more, yeah. Perform any other duties imposed by this act. Good? Okay. So, is there anything else people want to raise on this one? All I can say is my observations are, looking at section 5 as a whole. Okay, I'll come back to it later. Let's go to 2. Mbe?
Sorry, Chair. Yeah, 2 is actually, I shouldn't have, there is one part that should be highlighted by notice in the Gazette, but this relates to, I think the second policy discussion we had earlier this week in relation to the level of, I'm going to call it, we can make binding instruments for
Yeah, and
municipalities.
people are afraid you were intruding on the municipalities' powers and functions.
So we excluded this from that in paragraph subsection 2A. Then also what we thought is important in the case of instructions, that these should be published in a Gazette and not just like on a website.
Yeah,
Like
and then you made it non-binding circulars for municipalities, is that right? And municipalities.
Yeah, that's
What,
similar
the
to
next
what's
one?
in the MFMA.
Yeah, next one is to issue guidelines to assist procuring institutions with Development Act. Yeah, I changed the or to the end, although sometimes you tell us an or can be an end. I don't want to engage with your lawyers and your out of this world use of language, right? May can be a must. I mean, really, do people speak like that? Anyway, I've fought with you since 94. And we have been defeated. I let the younger generation take yours after consultation. Just explain D, please.
Yeah, this is the development of model procurement policies, and I think this was also discussed in the policy debate, that we make it clear that the procuring institution may adopt it with or without amendments or not adopt it. So they're not compelled to adopt the procurement policy. And
Okay. Good. Okay, anybody want to say anything? Well, you'll come in. Yeah, this next one is straightforward. Exercise other powers conferred. Public procurement issue, different category. And then you're being more consistent with what you've just done, right? That, this language here is a bit odd, eh? A municipality, if adopted by its council, adopts it. What does that mean? You mean a municipality, if adopted by its council? Why have you got adopts it again?
No, it's an error. I'm part of this, Chair.
It appears elsewhere too, by the way.
I think under the provinces. Yes.
Yeah, it's the same formulation. Okay, so we'll get rid of that. I mean, that's straightforward. All I want to raise is looking at 5 as a whole, right? I am really struck, if you like, as you read the bill again, by the amount of work that the Public Procurement Office has to do. It's not just about whether there's money and other resources available, staff and so on. It's about capacity as a whole. I don't know, colleagues, but can we think about this in our report? Can we refer to the functions of the Public Procurement Office, right? And say something like, the committee agrees with the functions set out, but is very concerned about the capacity, finances, and other resources needed for this, and whether, Treasury, sometimes you really provoke us by telling us there's no financial implications and so on, but that's covered in our report anyway. But think of saying something here about the functions. It once again strikes one, or the committee, about the need for significant enhancement of the capacity and resources to fulfill these functions. Okay. Anybody want to say anything there about the overall comments? Right? Move on. People can come back when they look at the report. Functions of provincial treasuries. Excuse me. A provincial treasury must, within its province, right, Sorry, I'm looking at a different document now. There's two of them. Okay, can you move ahead, please? I'm held up by my separate document. Monitor and oversee the implementation of the procurement funds. That's straightforward, right? Promote. Yeah. Explain what you've done here.
What we did is to exclude to provide that the enforcement function for provinces and municipalities can't include municipalities and municipal entities, because it's not, it will not be constitutional. It can only happen if there's a formal intervention in a province, in a municipality. So that's why we have three. We would say it except municipal entities.
Fine. Any comments there?
Municipalities, sorry.
And municipal entities. Nope. Can we move on? B.
And similar to the one for the
Yeah.
PBO, but excluding municipalities.
C is straightforward. D is straightforward. 2A, provincial treasury within its province may in relation to. Right, go ahead.
Yeah, that's the same power for the PBO that they can issue instructions within a province, but that in the case of municipalities, it's not, it will only be non-binding circulars that could be adopted or not.
Right, that we've covered earlier. Can we go on, please, to B, issue guidelines is straightforward. This is procuring, that's straightforward. Exercise of powers, where are we now? Provincial. 3, yeah, it's the same thing again. Then we go to head of the provincial treasury performs it. Yeah, that's straightforward. Anything there, colleague? Similar to?
Now, it's similar to the one we proposed for the procurement office, that we refer to the head as having the functions.
Yeah. Good. Next, please.
So this is the next part that deals with procuring institutions.
You've added the words on procurement.
Yeah, we thought we just make it clearer that it relates to, even though we say in terms of this act, but they are vested with authority.
I think it's tautological. It just repeats, but fine, nothing wrong with that. But I mean, really, do we need it? All right, let's not quibble unless somebody wants to raise it. Can we move on to section 8, please? Clause 8.
Okay, section 8, the first one is, well, that they must conduct procurement. Yeah, maybe Chair, I think now when I read 8.1a, I agree with you on 7, that we don't need that wording.
Well, let's just drop it, man. But I mean, I don't mind. It's just really unnecessary. But look, I don't think we're going to quibble, colleagues. Let them decide whether they want to use it or not. Fine, go ahead, please.
Okay, then 8.1b is what was part of the policy discussions, that we make it clear that the provincial procuring institution has the responsibility to develop and implement the procurement system. And we added including a procurement policy.
To make it clearer, yeah, based on what was said. Okay, good, fine. Can we move on to the next one? Is straightforward. C. Any issues there, colleagues? You can come back on Thursday. D. That's straightforward. Explain E, please.
E was, we thought we may have that general statement, but we thought it's better to link it to the provision in section 26 that specifically deals with measures to prevent the abuse of its procurement system, and not to have such a broad statement in E.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I don't know what others feel, but they can always come back to us. 2A. I mean 2.
Okay, 2 is a provision that, I just want to mention, it's something that we also have in the Public Service Act. If a procuring institution pick up that they've made an error or omitted something, now then the functus sufficio rule applies, that you can't correct it. The only way is to go to court to fix it, which is costly. So we don't want it to be abused, and so we want to further prescribe it, and like in the Public Service Act, it's required that it must be recorded and reported on, so that it will be further detailed. So we think it's an important provision to basically to fix errors made by an institution without going to court.
Fine by me. I don't know what others feel. but they can always come back to us. Okay, part 3 of the procuring institution.
Okay, the heading was just an error that was in the that we didn't pick up or fix in the when it was in the NA or the changes, because there was a clause regarding prohibited practices that was removed.
Okay, fine.
Mm.
The codes of conduct is straightforward, colleagues. I mean, what's there to say? Please look at it carefully and come back. But for now, I can't see 9.1 and 9.2. There's nothing there, really. Then conduct of persons involved in procurement. Again, it's very straightforward, colleagues, but just take us through it.
Okay, the code of conduct is just empowering provision that there should be codes of conduct for these different categories of officials, tribunals, and then in one there is that proposal from in our response to one of the negotiating mandates that we remove the word other, because official is defined to mean any official procuring institution, so it will also cover officials of public entities and so on.
Okay.
And then basically we'll say a contravention, how it should be handled. It will be misconduct for officials, and for the tribunal it will be different, but it will depend on the rules applicable to the tribunal.
Okay. Can we go on to 10?
Yeah, this is also a general provision for anyone involved in procurement, how they must exercise their powers.
Yeah, but this is in so many other bills as well. It's a standard thing. So many bills we've come across this, right? I mean, there's nothing here.
Similar.
It's exactly the same wording, more or less. Yeah. So I think we can move on to the next one, unless we pick up things by Thursday. 11.1.
11.1 is an obligation on a procuring institution to take steps in accordance with procedures to identify automatically excluded persons as those that are not allowed to submit bids. Now, the family members may submit bids, but we also think they should be identified to possibly pick up possible corruption, but they're not precluded from. And then also in clause 1, there's definition of related persons, so also identify them, but again, they're not precluded from submitting bids. Then we also require that these steps not include a declaration of interest by bidders, and also when people apply to be included on a register, the registration on the database of the procurement office. And then if what happened if there's a failure to submit a declaration, or the bid will be invalid. And then 11.3 deals with in meetings or prior to meeting, if any person involved in the procurement process noticed that they have had either a direct or indirect interest, what should be happen? They must disclose it and withdraw from the meeting and so on. And then also requirement that this must be recorded in the minutes of the meeting. That's in 11.4. And we just in 3A, there's a proposal that we say that the disclosure must be in writing.
Writing, yeah, no, that's good. Yeah, I'm sure we all agree with that. Yeah. Okay, carry on.
And that's now the end of section clause 11. Then undue influence. It deals with, well, basically persons may not interfere or influence the procurement process. They may not impede officials involved in the procuring institution. And then we propose that we also add that there shouldn't be, this should also apply to the procurement office or provincial treasury. Or we may have to say, yeah, it would mean an official of the procurement office or procuring treasury, also to protect them from such conduct.
Yeah, I wanted to raise this thing here about he or her, right? Remember, all legislation, as I understand it from the Justice Department now, is to refer to they, right? To take account of non-binary identities. And we have got bills from you which did that previously. I think 2 previous, I don't know which bill. So I've ringed it, but I take it there's no he's or her anywhere in the bill.
Chairperson, I'll check. In this case, I thought it could do without it, so it was
Yeah.
omitted. But
No,
yeah,
but
we'll
you
have
see,
to check. Yeah.
it is the norm now, from what I understand. Can you check with an official in the Department of Justice? They've asked all, excuse me, all departments to do that.
Okay.
But maybe I'm wrong. But we would prefer it like that. It's not our choice. It's the policy of the government and the ANC now. I think, all right, I'm not even sure, colleagues, but the Department of Home Affairs now, they say male, female, or other. I think they've changed their forms. There is perfectly correct grammatically. Yeah, okay, we agree. So if it's the policy, then, I know members from all parties have problems with that. And if you went to the average South African, they would. But the average South African probably also wants the death penalty, probably, I don't know, and is against gay rights. But this is the policy of the government and the ANC, right? Okay, can we move on, please?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so this clause then, I think further in 2, is just to make sure that obviously whatever is in 1 doesn't impede an official to do their work. And then again, that it shouldn't be construed if someone picks up irregularity in the procurement process, they may still do so. And that clause doesn't inhibit.
Yeah, can I just come in at this stage, colleagues? Let's now, I'm thinking about it, I should have said this earlier. What we're getting is basically a briefing on the amendments to the bill. That's what it effectively is. And so that's a better way of putting it. So one doesn't have to have read this bill, like scrutinized it, and come to policy decisions. So it is very valuable what we're doing in this sense. It makes Thursday's processing much easier. I think what none of us anticipated is the quality and extent and scope of the the negotiating mandates. But as I say, my sense is that most of it we've in some other form covered. So I think the progress we are making is good, as long as we understand we're voting on nothing. You can call it a briefing on the amendments. So Treasury, don't get irritated now when Dennis or somebody else comes and says, but hey, I have a problem with 2.1b or whatever. That's his right. But the progress so far is making me feel optimistic, colleagues, that we might be able to finish on Thursday. Once again, my thanks to all of you for your cooperation. Can we move on, please? Now, I really think there's nothing here, right, in automatic exclusion, but people can scrutinize it. It's really straightforward. And we can come back to all of these clauses from the very beginning. In fact, if you like, we start again, but it'll be much swifter this time. Anything new? Anything new? I will do that, Dennis, Fanny, EFF. But even the ANC got this thing at about 5 o'clock yesterday. Okay. Right, automatic exclusion, I think that's straightforward. I don't think you need to explain all this because it's straightforward. We've discussed it in policy form and we looked at what the stakeholders had to say. I think you can move on to 14 unless any member wants a briefing on it. But you have briefed us on the bill initially. Directions inconsistent with the Act. Directions, sounds a bit odd unless you know what a direction is. Okay. Okay, 14.1, please. Yes.
Chairperson, this is, well, to protect people in the procurement process. If someone in a position of authority gives them instructions that's basically illegal, and then maybe we shouldn't go back to the past, but we had initially said you just have to report it. But now I think this was from the NETLAC process and improvement that we basically say you don't have to follow the instruction, because which is correct. If it's illegal, you shouldn't do it. And then in terms of reporting in 2, that you must inform the procurement office or the relevant treasury. And then further things which is optional to the person, which is in B, C, and D, submitted to to that person that actually gave the wrong instruction, or you can inform your line manager. We propose that terminology. And then you also have the option of reporting for the Public Service Commission that would be applicable for national and provincial. But I think they're expanding the scope of the PSC now in the bill before Parliament. And then in a other relevant body, which could be the public protector and so on. And then there's a requirement if the person decides to report it to the supervisor and the supervisor decides to do nothing, then the procurement office or the relevant treasury must initiate investigation into it. And then subsection 4 is to make it clear that that person that done this would be protected in terms of employment, and we use the concept of occupational detriment that's defined in the Protected Disclosures Act. So that they can't or basically fire the person or subject him to, some form of the disciplinary process.
Chair, can I just jump in?
Yeah, please do. I really like this whole thing.
So
please,
I'm just thinking about this as a nefarious individual who now has done something naughty and been caught out. And perhaps my lack of knowledge and understanding of the PSC rules, regulations, and due processes is also informing my question. But if so in section 3, if the line manager was informed of the allegations in terms of section 2C but does not initiate an investigation, then it needs to get handed elsewhere. But surely that line manager also has the option to take immediate corrective actions. And if that person takes corrective action, is an investigation required? Because frankly, investigations are often tedious, drawn out things which tend to cost money, etc., etc. And this can delay procurement and cause all sorts of issues. So surely, if rapid corrective action is implemented, then there's no need for it to be taken further down the track. Obviously that person would still be subject to perhaps disciplinary processes or whatever, but that must be taken out of this act and deal with the PSC issues. I think that including something about corrective action might mean that things get trundled on a little bit quicker, and also that somebody who's been caught out doesn't come back and say, "Oh no, but you didn't implement an investigation. You just went ahead and did whatever." So finding some protection in law from having the need to initiate an investigation entrenched by this clause. Perhaps you can comment on that, please.
Yeah, that's quite a useful intervention, Dennis. I just took it that if there was corrective action, there's nothing to follow. I just took it as a practical thing. But if that's not clear, and in fact, if what's here is against that sort of simple approach, then unless other members can see something else, I think what Dennis is saying is right. But let's hear you.
Chairperson, I think the one thing that if it happens in an institution and it's someone, because it says someone with authority over the affected person. So, for instance, that my Director General tell me I must procure services without following a process. So then who do I report it to? There's actually no line manager, because the DG would be my line manager. But if it's someone lower down, then it could be of assistance. So I think it's quite a tricky situation. But what I do understand, Mr. Ryder, to say is that if something like this happens, there should be consequences. And then, but what I want to suggest that maybe we should look at having or requiring investigation at the level either of the Procurement Office or the relevant provincial treasury. to escalate it to that level, and maybe not leave it to the institution where it's actually happening. But I do think I will have to have a discussion internally whether that's going to be practical. And yeah, because I understand what he's saying, that he wants us to take it one step further. Because what will happen then in such instance, except if you go to the PEC or the public protector, for instance, where they have particular powers where they can take the matter further and make a recommendation.
Chair, if I can come back, I think that actually
Yeah.
is sort of what I'm kind of getting at. If you centralize the investigation, it's going to further delay or defer decision making or whatever. So I mean, centralization always comes with built-in delays. I am trying to find a way of streamlining the process where it's a simple, straightforward matter that it can be dealt with promptly. And there may not be the need for a full-on investigation in terms of this act. That investigation should take place in terms of the processes within the PSC and the normal disciplinary departmental processes. So centralizing investigations is exactly the opposite of what I'm hoping for.
Okay, can I suggest a way out here? Can we park this as also the whole of 14, right? 1 and 2, and then okay, the whole of 14, right? I mean, the last one is okay. Whole of 14. Can we just park it? Will you apply your mind to what Dennis is saying and come back to us on Thursday, right?
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Now, 15 debarment is very straightforward. I couldn't see very much, but take us through the whole thing, and then let members come back to parts of it, please, because they interrelated a lot. So, and we got to get the whole picture. So, can you take us through the whole of clause 15, please?
Okay, it started off by in terms of what process should be followed before a debarment may take place of a bidder or a supplier, including directors, members, etc., of a bidder or a supplier. And then in sub 2, it deals with the notice that must be given, the reason of the intended debarment, and then giving the person an opportunity to provide reasons why there's he or she, must not be debarred. Then, sorry, Chair. Then in 3, it lists the grounds for debarment from paragraph 8 to 8, I think. And well, the first one is providing false information. I'm just going to brief it, and then also when they submit a bid, and B is when they submit or they register on the database. C is when they connive to interfere with the participation of other bidders in a process. And then D is instances where such a bidder has committed and convicted of an offence, not just committed, we're proposing. Because it could be a committed offence, but there's no conviction yet, so it will have to be a convicted one of mainly corruption-related offences. Then in paragraph E, providing dealing with where there's a material contractual obligation that's not been adhered to outside the control of the supplier. And then there's further relating to offences where it relates to a person obtaining or attempting to obtain a contract or a subcontract. And then also related to business or professional activities, so offences that the person has been convicted of, or the bidder or supplier. And then lastly, G on the second clause, is attempted or conspired or aided, abetted, etc. with another person to contravene a provision of this act. And then H would be a peer contravention of a provision of this act. Then the next step then would be the procuring institution must consider the reasons submitted why the person should not be debarred. And following that, if it's decided to issue it, then it's they must inform the affected person, and then also the Public Procurement Office. And we proposed an addition that it should also be the relevant Treasury that should be informed within the stated period of the decision. And then 5 provides for the person to apply for a reduction of the period of the debarment order, or for that the debarment order be revoked. And that's in those instances where there's an error of fact or error of law or fraud. Then the requirement for the Procurement Office to establish a debarment register of persons that are debarred, and then that register must be made publicly available. Then in terms of when the debarment will take effect, it's proposed in the bill that it should be on the date that the person's name is included in the register. And then we propose an amendment and say this could only be done because there is a provision in the tribunal chapter that the person to be debarred may apply for a review of that decision. So pending that review, the name should not be included in the register. And then 6 or paragraph subsection A deals with the effective date, which I mentioned. It's the moment when it's included in the register. Then the period for which a person may be debarred, we propose that it should be prescribed, and there also may be different periods for different kinds of grounds for debarment that's listed earlier. And then what does a debarment order means? It prohibits a person from participating in any procurement by procuring institutions generally, or it could be as specified in the debarment order. Then I think 11 just makes the statement more directly that the debarment also may not engage in conduct that directly or indirectly contravenes the debarment order. And then it further provides in paragraph B that a person also contravenes the debarment order if the person enters into an arrangement with another person to engage in conduct that directly or indirectly contravenes the debarment order in accordance with the directions of the debarred person. So that's the clause on debarment, Chair.
Yeah, before we go on, can I just say something? I don't want a long discussion or anything about it, but something we'll think about. I don't know what we do. You see, if you look at section 14, I meant to say this earlier, the affected person is in some senses also very vulnerable, isn't he? Or she, or they? Because it's like a whistleblower, you know? You raise these things that you're asked to do something wrong. The superiors can arrange to like put false charges on you for, I don't know, some misdemeanor and get you suspended, or some harm could come to you. And again, there's no protection for such an affected person. I'm just wondering, okay, Treasury, have that been taken into account?
Chairperson, that subsection 4 is the one that refers to that the person may not be subjected to an occupational detriment as defined in a protected disclosure.
Yeah, I know that, but the point is, in the real world, if I am accused of something, that is not going to protect me as an affected person. Or if I'm driving and my car gets pushed off the road or whatever, that's not going to help. I'm just saying that in some senses, the affected person is similar to a whistleblower. I'm just observing that, but we may not agree on it. But fine, I don't want a long response. Can we go back to debarment? And because we can't do much about the affected person, what are we going to do? So I'm just saying it is a bit worrying that there's nothing to protect such an affected person from suffering consequences for just being a decent person. Okay, on 15, I don't have any issues. I don't know if anybody else has got issues. It's a very important part, but whether it'll actually get implemented, I'm less concerned about the text. I'm more concerned about the practice, right? Whether it'll actually happen to the extent it should. So far in government, in similar situations, it hasn't. Chapter 4, unless somebody wants to say something, they can come back on Thursday. Chapter 4.
Chair, if I can just ask some questions here,
Yeah,
if I may,
of course.
please.
Get it over
Thanks.
now, then you can reply, yes, and we can look at it further on Thursday.
Yeah, so it relates to this issue around the register, and Mr. Matabula indicated that that register is easily and publicly available. Perhaps he can send me a private message and just tell me where, so I can get my head around what it looks like, because you know, does it include the names of a business and all of the directors associated with that business? You know, what do they call it? The beneficial recipients, or the individuals benefited by the thing. Does it include only the business name, etc.? It's actually an interesting thing that that I think you know, is important, because there's nothing stopping me from registering a company, fiddling like crazy and extorting money out of government through nefarious means, getting caught, getting listed, opening a new company and doing exactly the same in a different name, but the same individual. So yeah, perhaps if I can get some insight as to how to access that information, it would answer a lot of my questions. But maybe there's scope for a quick short answer summary now.
Yeah, what he's saying is happening all the time. We read in the media, right? People who are meant to be debarred are still, you know, functioning even in their own names and getting more tenders. I think maybe if it's not too much of a bother, Treasury, can't you just give it to Estelle and she'll put it up, or the link even, so that all members who want to have a look can do so. But over to you, a brief reply.
We'll do that. So we'll send the link to the committee secretariat, and then also just lastly, the beneficial ownership issue is an issue that you know we are going to introduce. I mean, given the amendment to the Companies Act that we spoke to, but for now, the list does reflect the name of a person, the ID number, the company name, and the registration number of that company. So to make sure that at least nobody jumps and opens a company elsewhere. So that's how it's structured currently. But I must also just indicate lastly, Chair, that for now we don't restrict shareholders, especially in listed companies, because I mean you would understand that people they buy shares today and listed, and tomorrow they are. So that's why the focus is mainly on directors and so on, unless the shareholders are also directors. But we'll send that information. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Dennis, are you fine for now?
Yes, happy with that. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, let's move to chapter 4 then, MP.
Okay, chapter 4, a lot of the amendments, well, it comes from policy discussions, but we'll indicate, well, in the yellow where not. So on clause 16, we propose an
Why you put
extension.
application of provisions in the title?
Chairperson, can I explain when we go through the clause?
Fine,
Because remember
okay.
Now the first change is at the end of 16.1, which we in proposals we said we make it clear that the development, sorry, the first change is develop and implement the procurement policy, which is the same as the earlier proposal on in clause 8. And then that we add at the end to wording and regulation made in terms of this act, because we don't use the term this act in this section, so which will include the regulations, but it's obviously it's quite critical that the policy must comply with the regulations made in terms of this chapter. Then subclause 2 is proposing what in our response to, I think, the second engagement or the engagement with stakeholders is about the layered implication of the chapter 4, in particular in relation to clause 17 and 18, that the starting point is set asides, and then if it's not possible to set aside in accordance with 17, then pre-qualification must occur in terms of 18. And then a requirement, sorry, Chair, must I stop?
Yeah, I just think, do members want to say anything here?
Chair, it's kind of difficult to decide where to jump in, if it's here or on 17 or 18 or 19 or in fact on 20.
I would prefer we go through the whole thing and then come back to it. So I'm just checking that people don't feel.
I think that's probably appropriate, Chair.
Yeah, we are just like sliding through things. So that's why I wanted to ask. Sometimes members prepare to deal with it in smaller chunks. I think it's correct what you're saying. Let's look at the whole thing. Okay, go ahead. It's such an important one, yeah.
Then in subclause 3, there is currently a reporting requirement in 17, but we propose that this be provided for upfront in relation to 17, 18, and 19. That if an institution it's not possible to apply procurement in terms of those provisions, then it must be recorded and also the reasons, and it must be provided to the procurement office and the relevant treasury. Then in sub 4, and this is, I think, important also to understand that the layered application of these provisions, that the threshold that it's prescribed in 18 must be higher than the one in 17, and then the one in 19 must be higher than the one in section 18. Then an additional provision which is related to the proposed 24.1D, which was 25.1D, as proposed previously. And that's the clause dealing with the evaluation of bids, which then includes elements of cost effectiveness, quality and functionality, and so on. That we have a provision up front in this chapter providing for that. And then also a clause that is sub 6 that provides that the designation of local production content, that it's not something that's separate, but it applies to all procurement if there's the relevant goods to be obtained is subject of such a designation. So that's clause 16. And as I proceed with the other sections, Chairperson.
Yeah, anybody have any different view? Or do you want to stop here and comment on this? Personally, I prefer you to go to the whole thing so that, it's quite like interrelated. But if members want to do it chunk by chunk, that's fine by me. Okay, set asides for prescription of procurement.
Okay, then this clause then provides that there must be set aside for a category of persons provided in subsection 3 in accordance with thresholds and conditions prescribed. Then in subsection 2, that provides for the minister to prescribe targets for set asides, and that's the example we use, like for instance, a target specifically for Black women or for women. And then there's a requirement that the minister must, after the commencement of this provision, consult the relevant minister for which the categories of persons are identified for set aside.
Yes, sub C is straightforward. Can we move to D because we've covered that, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that is a new one we added.
Yeah,
Chair.
that's right.
Then we require then also that the minister must at least every 2 years, consult again the ministers on the targets so set aside. And then on the addition also, which is aligned to the earlier provision that to take into account the BBBE codes of good practice in this consultation process. And then E just indicates that even if there's no target set for set aside under this subsection 2, a procuring institution may still set aside in terms of the provisions of this section. Then there's the list of persons is in subsection 3. I'm not going to read them. I think the additional one is military veterans. The one addition we are proposing is that we also, and if I recall correctly, I think it was input by Mr. Ryder, that we also provide for persons in particular geographical areas and therefore also that definition.
Yeah.
So it would be in relation to that category, and again in relation to small enterprises, there's military veterans, and then also the provision for the particular geographical areas. And it had to be separate for cooperatives, also a provision on a geographical area. Then subsection 4 provides for the ownership requirement for these provisions, and then in B, in terms of citizens, also a requirement that to be prescribed. And then sub C is the one for cooperatives which have members, and also to deal with their ownership and citizenship. Then 5 is the one that was discussed, and I think number stakeholders raised concerns about the details in this provision, and that it shouldn't be in this section. So we just propose that it must be validated in terms of the prescribed criteria. Then the last section is now the application of this provision to income generating contracts, which is defined. Then pre-qualification criteria. Now this section, I think that it's firstly, it provides that.
Sorry, can I stop us? Beg your pardon.
Yeah.
17 and 18 differ quite substantially, and I'm going to ask about that just now. But specifically, what is the point in 17.3 D and E of separating the two? So you can scroll down a little bit. So people with disabilities and black people with disabilities. You've got black people above. I'm not sure that there's a necessity to separate the two. It's a minor point, but
Can you repeat that, Dennis? You went a bit too fast for me, and the page numbers on the screen and the page numbers on my text are different. Can you please go slowly and tell us what you say?
So 3H relates to small entities, small enterprises owned by black people, black women, black people with disabilities, people with disabilities. I'm not sure why black women and women need to be separated for the purposes of this paragraph, or black people with disabilities need to be separated from people with disabilities for this paragraph. You know, I can understand if it is specific to section 25, paragraph 25, if you would want to specifically separate the two, but for the purposes of this paragraph, I'm not sure why we separate black women from the rest of the women, and black people with disabilities from people with disabilities, especially when black people are detailed in paragraph 1. That's my first input, and then perhaps just to kind of emphasize what Fani was saying, I think this between 16, 17, 18, and 19, this is our biggest problem with the bill. Obviously, we believe, and just relating to the comments that came in response to Fani earlier, I think that we believe that race is an outdated measure of disenfranchisement. and there are people that were disenfranchised, but have become enfranchised over the last 30 years, and therefore probably should no longer be advantaged. We are acknowledging absolutely that black people generally suffered the worst, and are in the majority of people that were previously disenfranchised. They were not the only people that have been previously disenfranchised, and they are no longer, everybody who's black is no longer disenfranchised. There are many that have been given enfranchisement over the past 30 years and have done extremely well. And so race really is a lazy measure. And specifically here in 17, 18, 19, and 25, I think it's a lazy measure, and it's just too convenient, and in fact leads to polarization and has a counter-constructive result in terms of the social cohesion that we don't need. So there's my soapbox moment on this one, and we will obviously put that in our minority report. But specifically, I think, yeah, if you can just answer my specific question about separating in this paragraph B and C and D and E.
Okay, any other comments? No, okay. So can you reply, Treasury? Willie?
I thought he's going to reply, but I'm not sure I can also.
Okay, go ahead.
I think, Chairperson, the point we want to make that black women suffered more than women as a category, because it also includes white women. And I think the similar point about black people with disabilities suffered more than people with disability as a group, which includes white people. And that's why they were elevated to be separate categories, not elevated, to have them as separate categories in the three.
Yeah, you did explain all of this last time.
Yeah.
And Willie, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I just want to add, Chair, and say, I mean, if you and understand what is being said, and quite profound, but if you go around the country and you look at the conditions, I don't want the conditions of the black people in general, but specifically black women, you will see what we're talking about here around the fact that the advocate has just said that they are still going through the same suffering even now, worse. And this particular issue was debated at the SCOF process at length, by the way. Different views came out of it, to an extent that some of the parties were even in favor of removing women, which has got no color. I mean, that was how drastic. And in the debates during that time, there was a recognition by the majority view, by the way, to say, look, we must still recognize the fact that women suffered under the apartheid laws, but so is black women were even worse. So this provision on set aside is meant precisely to address that issue. To say, if you're setting aside a tender, for instance, and you specify and say, no, this tender is for black women, obviously that would be preceded by some kind of an assessment of that market, whether you do have black women who have the capacity and capability to undertake a certain project based on requirements of procuring institution. In the event that you don't have, then you need to consider the other categories of persons. So, and at the SCOF processes in A, there was a recognition that perhaps for now, And given the fact that the country as a whole is not transformed, and it's a fact, you can go around the country and there's ample evidence of what we're talking about here. And therefore leave these categories the way they are right now until such time that what we've provided for in that clause 17 to say every 2 years, at least the minister must take an assessment of the impact of this particular clause to address these issues. That's part of the guardrail that we say, look at it and see if it works. If it doesn't work, why is it not working? If it works, can it be improved and so on? And also the fact that you are putting a threshold to it to say, I mean, it's not an open-ended kind of provision, but it has to be linked to a threshold. That's basically what it is. But in a nutshell, Chair, I think there's a lot to do in terms of transformation. And I agree that polarization could be an issue because we also don't want a polarized society. We want a cohesive society, of course. But this bill seeks to address those issues which are not addressed up to now. And in over the years, we have been, as Treasury, promising everybody else to say, no, there shall come a time when we will deal with the PPPFA, because people have always said this PPPFA does not go far enough to address issues of transformation. I mean, we've just now spoken about the impact of BE itself in terms of transformation. And you can look at the numbers that were presented even last week, and these numbers are quite telling. And therefore, I think with that caveat of every 2 years, an assessment of the impact of this should suffice, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we have discussed this quite exhaustively. Does anybody else want to say anything before I make some comments? If you do, just butt in, right? Not butt in, intervene, right? Look, firstly, it is true that the reference to Black can polarize us, and the advantages given to Blacks can polarize us because whites feel, 30 years on, there's Tokyo and other people who benefited, and they don't qualify. But there's another side of polarization, which is if you don't ensure that Black, particularly African people and so-called coloreds, enter the economy and have a stake in it, there's also going to be polarization. So there's polarization both ways. As Linda rightly said, yes, it's true what the effect of what she's having extrapolating. There are some people who feel, why should we carry on like this? And furthermore, it's the same connected Africans and Blacks more generally who are benefiting. So it's like opening the door for like corruption, if you like. I'm not saying anybody used that word, but that's a possible fee that flows from that. But she pointed out the reverse. It's actually many times extrapolating what she said. There are white companies that use their domestic helps and so on in their homes to make them managers, although it's happening increasingly less as the monitoring processes that she spoke about coming to effect. So it works both ways. There are fundamental differences, not just of policy philosophy yet, as you know. I know the argument of your party, which is equality of opportunity. And that will mean that the racial gaps, economic inequalities will be reduced. The others will say that it's never worked anywhere without state intervention. And equality of opportunity, we're not into the philosophical thing. I'll just end there. One last thing. Doesn't recognize legacy issues that you can, how does a person living in an informal settlement without water and electricity and all of that have equality of opportunity with another person, even black, who's living in Houghton or where's that fancy place in Cape Town, Constantia and all that. So, we can have these philosophical discussions. They're not going to help. We're not going to agree. As you know, Dennis, there's no rule that says minority report, as Frank explained to us also. But we will put in your point in a paragraph or so. You'll give it to us and we'll put it in there. Colleagues, I don't know there's much value in continuing this sort of philosophical exchange because we've covered the ground and we're never going to agree. The same issues percolated in the Standing Committee on Finance, as Willie reminds us, and as was expected, and as we got also from the stakeholders. So this bill was invariably going to arouse deep divisions, but we are where we are. The majority party agrees on the formulations you have here at Treasury. And if you look at the statistics of last week, Friday, they show things are nowhere near satisfactory, let alone good. So that's the reality. But the reasons for that is not just because of white privilege, it's because of the failures of the ANC and the government in ensuring that this triple BEE works. So, Dennis, you will give us a paragraph there for that. Can we continue, please, MP?
Okay, then clause 18 deals with pre-qualification criteria for procurement. Now, the requirement is that the procuring institution must, in accordance with the thresholds and conditions prescribed, apply the following pre-qualification criteria for a bid. Now, the first one is, I think, a proposal that we already made and was discussed during policy discussions that refers to the Triple B Act, and specifically we refer to enterprises that are owned and managed by Black people in terms of the applicable code of good practice on BEE, and it's issued in terms of the BEE Act. Then the second category is the subcontracting as a requirement. And then it has similar, or not similar in relation to small enterprises, a similar list to the one that's in 17. And we're again proposing the addition of referring to small business enterprises in a specific geographical area, and the same for cooperatives in that last subparagraph. Then in sub 2, which was also discussed, and I think it came from one of the stakeholders, that we do or should require in the conditions that there must be a minimum of potentially qualifying suppliers. And this is amongst others to avoid that they over and again, appoint the same suppliers, for instance, under this provision. And we just noticed we actually want to propose that this clause also be included in 17, and not only under pre-qualification. And then similar to the ones above in 3, A to C is the ownership and citizenship requirements. In the provisions. Then we just
sorry, Chair, that's a new concept. I'd like to check that one.
Which one are you referring to?
The minimum of potentially qualifying suppliers. That can be quite problematic, especially when we're talking about new innovations. When we're talking about, I think it's called OECM. I don't know what it all stands for, but it's original manufacturers,
equipment or something. Yeah, okay,
etc. So in some instances, you will only have one qualifying supplier. If I want to supply a Ford motor car, there might only be one authorized Ford dealer in South Africa, authorized by Ford International, wherever they're housed. And it's a simplistic example. So maybe, some sort of a pump that is designed to work with a specific sewage system. If there's only one authorized supplier in South Africa, you're not going to get more than one person that potentially qualifies. So it's up to that manufacturer to decide how many licensees they have in South Africa, etc. So that can become quite problematic. I think it has quite far-reaching implications. Perhaps we can comment on that, please.
Okay, over to you, Treasury, unless somebody else wants to come in, but go ahead.
Chair, if I can just respond to this. Advocate, if you can just go back a little, because I just want to take this. Just scroll back a little. Just want to respond to this one. Go back again. Back, I just want to
Sorry,
change.
it is sub 2 is on the screen, so I don't know.
Yeah, but what clause? 19,
I
yeah?
want, it's 18.
18, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
No, what I wanted to say here, Chair, is that look, the original equipment manufacturer and approaching OEMs is, of course, a hallmark of procurement system across the world, and that is understood. Because here you're talking issues of compatibility, issues of insurance, warranties, etc. For instance, you can't use a Mercedes part to a BMW and vice versa and so on. That's what the original equipment manufacturer, that's allowed. But what we've seen lately is that a number of OEMs, for some reason, have been using that kind of being an OEM or licensed as a barrier to entry. So I know that the DTI some 2 years ago have since taken a view to say, even if somebody says he is a sole supplier, in this case an OEM, but at least there is a requirement that you still test the market, because that's the only way in which you can discover whether somebody is indeed an OEM, without compromising, of course, the issues that I've referred to, compatibility, insurance, because the warranties and guarantees, because these things come with all, especially for your big machinery that you can't compromise on. So I think this particular provision here seeks exactly to address those issues, the minimum requirements, from that perspective, to say you can, yes, as part of the process, go to an OEM, but at least there should also be an opportunity for you as a buyer or a procuring institution to test the market and see if there is no any other person who offers the same thing, but at a lesser price. Now, just lastly, Chair, I know that, if you go to Mercedes-Benz now, just an example, you buy their parts, they're very expensive, but there is an alternative from other, similar suppliers who supply Mercedes, but they're not branded products like Volkswagen and so on. So, but at a cheaper price. So that's actually what we're trying to do here, to say, let's open the market, make it accessible to people, and don't perpetuate the same people getting business in government, under the guise that they are OEMs or they sole suppliers and so on. But let us see if we can unbundle and make sure that the cake is accessible to a number of other would-be potential bidders. Thank you, Chair. Let me just stop here for now.
Okay. Dennis, you want to come back?
No. Is it going to be implemented in 17, 18, and 19? Is the next question. I think MP implied that was what's going to happen.
Yes, Chair, we propose that it be included in 17 as well.
Okay, Dennis.
Yeah, Chair, it's going to have a bit of an impact. I think, yeah, as long as Treasury feels they've mitigated it, I don't know how extensive the impact's going to be. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah, you're right. But at the moment, I think there's not much scope to do much more about it. It can be reviewed, surely, Treasury, because it's prescribed conditions, right? So it's prescribed by the minister.
Yes, Chair.
So it can be reviewed. Look, Dennis, if you want to give us a small paragraph on this, not as the DA now, for the committee, let's look at it and see, okay? So we're not saying we need to do anything with the clause, but we are saying that maybe we should be taking into account what you said, Dennis, and what Willie has said. So I'll also ask Treasury to comment on the paragraph, not too long. So Esther, just note that, please. Okay, Dennis?
Yeah, you overestimated my abilities again, Chair, but I'll try.
Oh, please, poor fellow. His original language is Setswana, and he's battling with English. Right, okay. So can we go on? MP?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, I know you are under a lot of pressure. It's only 20 minutes left.
No,
then you can chill. Okay.
No, it's okay, Chair. Yeah, sub 3, I think what we say, it shouldn't be limited. That's why we're proposing sub 3 to be deleted, so it's not limited to only one preference. Then the next deletion there, sorry, the number fall away, but we just moved that down in the provision because it makes better sense to have it later. Then 3 is a requirement that institution must conduct market research and industry analysis to identify opportunities, level transformation in a particular sector, in order for them to be, to check if they're eligible to bid in any of the categories mentioned above. Then sub 4 is the one that was earlier requiring institutions that at the procurement and bid planning stage, they must identify such procurement opportunities to promote preference. So it requires a process for them before they decide on a particular category or more than one. Then 6 is a clause that basically say if you haven't met the requirements, then it's an unacceptable bid. It must be disqualified. Then in 7, it's similar to 17, the requirement that you must evaluate the bid according to the prescribed criteria. And then lastly, it's the same provision on income generating contracts.
Okay, then we go to subcontracting, right?
Yes. Subcontracting, we proposing...
Yeah, before we move on to subcontracting.
Oh, sure, come in.
Thanks. Now, I note that paragraph 18 and 19, you don't have to scroll up, are far more restrictive than 17. And there's a much narrower focus. Just a short explanation as to why would be helpful, I believe, at this stage, please.
Treasury.
Is it about the difference between the two? Sorry, Willie.
Yeah, they're far less encompassing. So where we spoke about in 17, specifically, additionally, were detailed people with disabilities, women, in 17. Now in 18, those categories are excluded, and it speaks specifically to Black people in the various categories. In both 18 and 19.
So the question is the two 18 and 19 are much more restrictive, advocate, than 17. I think that's the
question, yes.
That's the question.
Can you also help with the response, please?
Willie?
Yeah, great. Leander Peterson, can you please come in here as well? Sorry, Chair, with your permission.
Yeah, of course. You don't have to
respond
ask
to
a
that.
question.
Okay.
Yeah, she's a member of Treasury. She must come in. Anybody wants to come in.
Good afternoon, Chair and honourable members on the platform. So 17 essentially is direct empowerment to your previously disadvantaged groups and your groups mentioned in the Constitution. So it has a direct link to 2172B, if I can put it that way. And 17 and 18 sort of allows even people who are now empowered, so whether it's your established Black businesses or even your previously advantaged persons or categories of persons, can also take part in the procurement process. So they are then, but what happens then, they are given preference in the allocation of contracts because they are willing to also partner with government and allow for empowerment to take place. So if they are willing to, so in there you'll see, for example, if they are a bidder that has a certain prescribed percentage of preferential procurement from Black persons, for example, or those owned and managed by Black people, they will then be allowed to compete for that tender because they are also doing their bid for transformation. Or if they are willing to subcontract to those designated groups. And because this happens at a threshold, in terms of thresholds, because this is a higher threshold, it might happen that some of the vulnerable groups, like women, like persons with disabilities, are not able to compete, directly in terms of that, but they are then allowed to be subcontracted to. And that in that way, your empowered persons or your previously advantaged persons are then subcontracting to those persons. So that is now providing for preference in the allocation of contracts. And so it links to 2172A, whereas your 17 is linked to your 2172B. If we can just sort of make that kind of distinction for ease of discussion. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Dennis?
Chair, I don't believe I understand the answer properly because the answer seemed to be opposite of what I'm reading. And Chair, it's very difficult to manage such a complex bill where there's different emphases in different places. It seems that procuring institutions are actually being set up for failure, either by over-focusing on one area or leaving potential for interpretation, which means that people are going to default to the strictest set of. I know how government officials work. They're going to default to the strictest set of criteria and apply those across the board. I'm going to have to listen to that answer again, though, Chair. So I'll take it on YouTube and I'll listen to it in. I think they've got a slow option. I'll listen to it frame by frame. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Treasury, can you mull over this? We're not going ahead with agreeing, right? So Esther, just note this one as well. I think it's fair. Give him a fuller answer and a clearer answer. As for the complexity of this bill, I think we agree that it is complex, but there is an approach that's fairly consistent in how you set out the criteria and thresholds. And please ensure that as far as possible, the bill reflects clearly and precisely and in as clear a manner as possible, actually, is what I'm trying to say, that and not complicate things. Because look, we're sitting for hours with this bill, right? Your average procurer is not. You can have your workshops and so on. It's not the same thing. But of course, SCOF had applied its mind to all of this, so it's not as if we alone are dealing with this bill. Thank you. But for now, we park that. Okay, carry on, please, MP.
Okay, clause 19 is subcontracting as a condition of bid. Now, firstly, it says where feasible, procuring institution must subcontract. If it's above a prescribed, we propose to use the term threshold to be consistent with 17 and 18 to advanced persons or category persons that are listed in subsection 2. In accordance with the prescribed criteria. It's also to be consistent with the language earlier. Then this is the list of small businesses and small enterprises and cooperatives, similar to what's above. And then in 3, the ownership requirements and citizen requirements in sub 3. And then how subcontractors should be identified, should also be prescribed or proposed to be prescribed. And then again, disqualification if they don't meet the mandatory subcontracting. And then 6 is that deletion of complementary goals, which we propose throughout the chapter. Law 7 is we're dealing with, again, income generating contracts.
Yeah. Okay, designation 20, you haven't made many changes there. Look, we're almost at the end of chapter 4, so we'll make it by 1 o'clock, but I don't see any problem. Yeah, go right ahead, and then we'll come back to it on Thursday.
Okay, this provision empowers the Minister of Trade and Industry and Competition to designate a particular sector, etc., in terms of the national development industrial policies for local production and content. We only locally produce goods meet the stipulated minimum threshold for that. And there must also stipulate a minimum threshold for that local production and content and the period of the designation. Now, 2 spells out the process that the minister must follow before making a designation. Publish it for comment in the Gazette, consider all the comments, and then also make the updated proposed designation public during the process, and then also required to consult the Minister of Finance to obtain his or her comments. Then in determining the threshold, it's also required that the minister must, in addition, consider whether there is sufficient local manufacturers in the country, and then determining the number of existing manufacturers, security of supply, and also the contribution of role players in the supply chain of the commodity or product. And then lastly, also the economic impact on important goods should be considered. And then subsection 4 requires that there must be at least 3 local manufacturers before for such a designation. In subsection 5, it's provided that a procuring institution, this is a requirement that they must comply with this designation when they advertise a bid and with the specific condition regarding the designation. And then again, it should be disqualified if it doesn't meet that requirement in 5B. And then in 6A, it's a requirement basically for a waiver that a person may apply to the minister for a waiver if they can't comply. And then in B, it's a new proposal that we are making, that if the minister, that minister doesn't respond within 30 days.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on.
And then and there's a requirement to gazette the waiver. And also if the waiver is not granted, what should occur? And in 8, this just the requirement that they, similar to the other provisions that must evaluate a bit. 9 is a proposal in terms of a requirement to the Minister of DTI to monitor the impact of the designation, publish a report on it, and also then after that report, well, we've proposed 3 years to, of course, give time for the impact to be noticeable or not. And then after 12 months, I must conduct a review of the designation. So that is,
then we move on to clause 21.
Yeah, sorry, no. On sub
okay,
9 there.
Yeah.
What happens if the minister doesn't? So I mean, just going back to the previous one, the minister must within 30 days respond, otherwise it's deemed to be granted. So what happens if the minister doesn't monitor in terms of this, the designation in terms of subsection 1 after 3 years and doesn't publish the report? Does the designation fall away? Or what actions are to be taken? We're giving, through this act, we're giving the DTI minister, I believe, responsibilities. What happens if he thumbs his nose at this specific one?
Okay. Yeah, we get it. It's a fair question. Treasury.
Sorry, Chair, there is no provision for, because it's an obligation on that minister, and obviously he can be called to Parliament to account for not doing what he's required to do in terms of the legislation. But there is no proposal in the clause in 20 that if he doesn't do this, then the designation will fall away.
I don't think you can do that, Dennis, what you're saying, beyond what's here. And remember, you're dealing with another minister also. I know what you're saying. I've got the issue of capacity question mark. It's a similar issue of Dennis is raising what happens if it doesn't have it. Now, I get it, but I don't know we can do much. But think about it, Dennis. You can come back to that. 21, please.
21
that's
is
straightforward. 22.
Yeah, we
that's
proposed
straightforward.
the 22
Again, 23. Yeah, 23 is conditions of contracting. What is that? Oh, yeah.
It's been in the bill.
Straightforward. Yeah, it's in. Yeah. Okay, now, colleagues, we're at 12:55. I think we can stop here because this is the most contentious, and it's really chapter 5. So, Estelle, can we talk at 3 o'clock? I think we need to send another program out that's very clear, because the one that's been sent out is a bit confusing. So, firstly, let's be clear about this, right? We at 9 o'clock on Thursday, we meet, and then we meet again. Well, firstly, let's be clear. Dennis and Willie were not available for 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. So we said, okay, let's call it off. It's not fair to them. Our next meeting is appropriations at 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. I don't know particularly that we need full 3 hours, but, that's our meeting. Then tomorrow, it's May Day. And then on Thursday, 9 to 1 and 2 to 5. I honestly think, given the progress today, even though it's more like a briefing, we can finish on Thursday. But let's see how it goes. We're not going to just rush it through at the last moment. If we have to meet on Friday, we have to. The norm, Frank, is that even if other parties can't attend, a committee meeting can go ahead, as far as I know, if a majority is present. But we don't want to do that. So we'll plead, Dennis, that if we enter into Friday, you speak to Willie to be present. But Friday will be dotting the T's and what, I don't know, dotting the I's and, I don't know, crossing the T's or whatever the expression is. So the first item on the agenda, Estelle, for Thursday is further consideration of negotiating mandates. So those who want to, those who want to bring in issues can bring it in too. I would suggest that before we move on to chapter 5, that members who want more space and time to read the bill can take us back to specific clauses that they want clarified or they want changes to. So that's clear. Like, there are some things I want to raise also about chapter 4, like small things. There's a reference to clause something EA. It's either E or A, and there's no E there, and so on. Those are small things, right? So I don't know any other way that we first. Well, I mean, I'm open to ideas. So we first go back to clause 1 or from the beginning preamble, and then members who've picked up things since today tell us what they want addressed in whatever form. Then we start chapter 5. So we deal with the whole bill again, where there are issues to be raised up till chapter 4. Then we start chapter 5, so that we're all on board. And by Thursday, there can be no excuses that I haven't read the bill. And I'm pleading with people to read the bill so that you don't hold the process up. Is there any other proposal on how we manage Thursday and Friday? No? Okay. Then Estelle, you speak to me at 3 and then we will ensure. You can do the draft, I'm sure you're fine. So it's item 4. 1 is further consideration of the provincial negotiating mandates. Item 2, review of bill until chapter 5 for further, just that's all. And then item 6, I mean, the next item is item 3, sorry, it'll be further processing the bill line by line. Okay. In the meanwhile, MP, we know you've been under the most pressure here, and we thank you very much, not just for getting things to us, even though understandably it got here in the case of your response to negotiating mandates a few minutes before, but also everything else you're doing. I would strongly urge that the amendments that we've requested, such as they are, few as they are, be inserted now so that everything's on board as we go along. Because whatever happens by Friday evening, we have to send it out to the stakeholders. And that means that we can't have glitches again. Okay, anything else people want to say? It's well after 13:00. No, it's exactly 13:00. Anything else for now? See you on Thursday.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, come in,
Lubabalo.
Oh, I thought you'd left when Estelle came. Yeah. You got a very nice jacket there.
Sorry, Chairperson Lubabalo here, Chair.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Apologies, Chairperson, for disrupting your meeting. Chair, there is a slight matter that the committee needs to deal with, the adoption of the negotiating mandates. The Chair may consider calling for a mover and a seconder, and then we're done. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry, but I thought maybe we do it on Thursday, but maybe we just do it today because I forgot. Sorry, I apologize. So can we have a mover and a seconder for the provincial mandates? Never mind that we're discussing it further on Thursday.
I move, Chair.
Thank you, Linda. Seconder?
I'm not Linda, Chair. I'm Dikeleti.
Lady seconded. Thank you very much. Sorry about that, colleagues. Okay, no fighting now, ANC. Okay. All right. See you at 5 o'clock, everybody. Thank you, Lubabalo and Estelle.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You're still here, Willie. I thought you exited because of the thing. See, Willie, it became a briefing session, really. That's what it became. And we learned a lot. Thank you. Thank you, Willie, for being around.